Good morning. Once again, we want to welcome you to the 2015 Texas Longhorn Show here at the Star of Texas Fair and Rodeo. Today's judge is going to be Mr. Brandon Calise. Brandon Calise is from Minco, Oklahoma, where he resides with his wife Kelly and their 3 children. He and his wife run a small herd of Simmental cattle. He earned his undergraduate degree in animal science from Texas A&M and received his master's at Kansas State University. He currently works for Redlands Community College, where he coaches the livestock judging team. His philosophy on life and livestock is keep it good and simple. Please welcome today's judge, Mr. Brandon Calise. Brandon Callis, sorry. We will begin now with our Peewee showmanship contest this morning.
Sir. Yes, first of all, good morning. Definitely a pleasure to be back with you guys here and going to enjoy our morning here. She's not wanting to be very talkative this morning. I'm not sure if I scared her or what, but she is enjoying herself. We can give her another big round of applause of encouragement. She's going to be our champion Peewee today.
Thank you, Judge. And Peewee today is Bo Woods. Congratulations, Bo, on being the champion Peewee contestant today. We'll begin our Youth Longhorn show this morning. There are no entries in Class 1, so we'll begin with Class 2. Class 2 will be females born July and August of 2014. There will be 2 entries in this class. If you are following along in the program book, there will be a write-in entry. That will be entry number 537 with a birth date of August 12th, 2014. Our youth today in the ring will be our ring steward, Mr. Brandon Hinkies. In the ring now, your Class 2 females born July and August of 2014. Class 3 females, you need to be in the make-ready area. Class 4 females, please be making your way to the make-ready area.
We've got a nice pair of heifers here. Again, maybe a little difference in just performance and growth. And I'm going to use the young man's black and white heifer here to be our first place in this class. I like her length. I like her femininity. Very, very clean made and neat to look at. Still very sound. Again, a cool color pattern and pretty good enough in terms of her horn development at this age. And then the red and white one here, moderate. And I don't mind that. I like her depth of body. She's very smooth made and very sound, and she does a nice job with that heifer as well. Just not quite the performance maybe is what we see in the one that's ahead of her. I guess she didn't like that placing. But again, let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Judge. Your first place entry goes to entry number 502, TL Angel at the Door, exhibited by Tyler Lindsay, owned by Chris and Brandy Lindsay. Your second place entry goes to your write-in, entry number 537, LL Phenomenal Marie, with a birth date of August 12, 2014, exhibited by Adeline Unger, owned by Troy Unger. We'll now move into our Class 3 females. These are females born May and June of 2014. There will be 4 entries in this class. There is a write-in entry. The write-in entry number is entry number 525 with a birth date of June 26, 2014. Write-in entry number 525 with a birth date of June 26, 2014. Would like to take this opportunity to thank some of the buckle sponsors for today's show. Lonesome Pines Ranch, John and Christy Randolph. Krista Cattle Company, Lewis and Jason Krista. Impact Fire Services, Austin, Texas. Cactus Rose Longhorns, Danny and Mary Lou Russell. Triple R Ranch, Robert and Kim Ritchie. 2 Bar 2 Ranch, Stan and Pat Ivacek. Callahan's General Store in Austin, Texas. Rancho de Dos Niños, Jeremy and Tina Johnson, Christopher and Patrick. Blue Ridge Ranch, John Marshall. Thank you to our buckle sponsors for today's show. We have Class 3 in the ring. We need Class 4 to the make-ready area. Class 5, be making your way to the make-ready area, please.
I think another very nice class of heifers, and again, all 4 heifers have a lot of positive attributes, and I just like the body shape and the volume and the structure and just the design and color of the female I'm going to go ahead and start with. She's very, very balanced and neat to look at. I have one deal on her I like to change. I would like to see her just a touch longer in terms of from tip to tip as you compare her to some of the other ones behind her. I still call her good enough in that regard. She's so much better though body and the balance and the structure of that female. The red heifer here that we have in second probably is the most impressive if you just study their head. She's got the most circumference there at the base of her horn, very, very long from tip to tip there and fairly uniform in how they're growing and developing, and she accommodates that with some added body and some rib cage there. Maybe not quite as extended and quite as feminine and neat to look at as what your class winner is. Black and white heifer run here in third. Again, for her size, I love the practical body type and the soundness of structure. She too's pretty good from a horn standpoint as well. Just gets a little plainer maybe in her look, gives up a little more performance. Maybe one of the more impressive ones in terms of just her neatness and attractiveness is probably the little one the young man has here next. For me, though, just gets maybe at a performance disadvantage, just a little behind in terms of her body. I like to make her just a little softer and deeper in the way she's designed, particularly in her heart and her forerib up front. But nice set of heifers here in that class.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 3 females. In first place, entry number 503, Sunrise Stylish, exhibited by Keeley Dennis, owned by John T. and Betty Baker. In second place, entry number 505, JKG, Rosy Red All Over, exhibited by Jody Ging, owned by Christy Ging. In third place, your write-in entry, entry number 525, 2NR Jordan, with a birth date of June 26, 2014, exhibited by Alex Rivera, owned by Alex Rivera. In fourth place, entry number 504, Sand Dollar Sue, exhibited by Tyler Lindsay, owned by Chris and Brandy Lindsay. That will bring us to our Class 4 females. These are females born March and April of 2014. There will be 4 entries in this class. There is a write-in entry. Your write-in entry is entry number 546 with a birth date of March 23rd, 2014. If you were following along in your program book for Class 3, third place was your write-in entry, entry 525. First place was entry 503, fourth place entry 504, and second place entry 505. In the ring now, your Class 4 females, all Class 5 females need to be in the make-ready area.
I think another really solid class of females here, and our first two in this class are just a little more similar than the others as far as having a little more length and having a little more femininity to them. I probably like the body shape and again the neatness of neck and the structure of the female we're going to start with here. She's better in the angle of her knee and her shoulder, which allows her to stride out just a tick more comfortably up front. You study her up front, I still think she has some uniformity in terms of the way her horn is growing. A little frailer about her horn. I like to stouten her up there at the base and give her a little more circumference personally for me, but still a very nice heifer that bounces up. Female we have here in second, I probably like her head better. Really solid and stout there. Still one that's, again, fairly uniform in the way she's designed. For me, if we could just change her front legs somewhat, she gets just a little more forward in her knees and maybe cause her to stride a little short as she gets on the go. She's probably not as bold-bodied as what that class winner is as well. Red and white heifer we have here in third. I love the body shape. Again, probably one of the stouter heifers within this particular class. Just gets a little smaller, a little more conventional in her kind. I like to extend her out and give her growth. Then our stubborn one over here, we're going to have here in fourth. I think one that's probably as stout at the base of her horn as any. She's probably got the most actual length from tip to tip there. Just not as balanced and uniform in the way their horns are growing. She's not as neat and feminine in her look as what her classmates are. But again, four nice heifers in that class.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 4 females: in first place, entry number 508, High Fives Martini, exhibited by Ethan Morgan, owned by Cody Heimelreich. In second place, entry number 506, GH Phoebe, exhibited by Gunnar Hooks, owned by Gunnar Hooks. In third place, entry number 507, Sand Dollar Double Wowzer, exhibited by Tyler Lindsay, owned by Chris and Brandy Lindsay. In fourth place, your write-in entry, entry number 546, BRR Rio Becca, exhibited by Savannah White, owned by John Marshall. If you're following along in the program book, entry 506 was second, entry 507 was third, entry 508 was first, entry 546 was fourth. That now brings us to our Class 5 females. These are females born January and February of 2014. There will be 2 entries in this class. Following this class, we'll move into our junior champion drive, and we'll bring in the first place heifers from each of the first classes.
Another good pair here. We're going to leave these two just like they stand and then start with the black and white heifer here up front. Beautiful heifer. I really, really like her look and her balance. A lot of style and neatness to this heifer. Very smooth blending of all those pieces and still has some boldness. And I think what she's able to do better than some is she accommodates that with a good set of horns up there as well with some length and some uniformity. The red and white heifer is stouter. She's really bold ribbed. She's got some muscle in her, but for me, I like to maybe just make her a little more feminine, especially up front. She gets just a little thicker and coarser, maybe not quite as neat to look at as what you find in a class winner. But again, another good pair of heifers.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 5 females. In first place, entry number 510, High Fives Amaretto, exhibited by Ethan Morgan, owned by Cody Heimelreich. In second place, entry number 509, Magnolia Bloom SH, exhibited by Tyler Lindsay, owned by Chris and Brandy Lindsay. That will bring us to our junior champion haltered female drive. We'll bring in our first place heifers from Class 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that'll be entry number 502, entry number 503, entry number 508, and entry number 510.
Really like this division of heifer calves. Again, all four of these I think could represent this division very, very well. They're very functional cattle. I like them on their feet and legs. And again, there's still some differences maybe in terms of the design of their horn and maybe even the length and development of it as well. To me, though, one of them does the best of both worlds. She's very good to look. Still one that's very, very impressive from a horn growth standpoint. That's the one out of our fourth class here. She'll be our champion here in our junior division.
Thank you, Judge. Your junior champion haltered female goes to entry number 510, High Fives Amaretto, exhibited by Ethan Morgan, owned by Cody Heimelreich. We'll now bring in entry number 509 to compete for the Reserve Junior Champion haltered female.
We're bringing the second in that class in, and again, a very bold rib, one that's got a lot of broody features to her. Just wanted to make her a little more extended, a little prettier to look at. Another one out here that I like really, really well, and just the basic design of the female. I like her balance. I like her body shape. Not maybe quite as impressive in terms of her head and horn as what our champion in this division was, but I'm going to use the young lady here out of the second class with the red and white heifer. She'll be reserved here in our calf division.
Thank you, Judge. Your reserve junior champion haltered female today goes to entry number 503. Sunrise Stylish, exhibited by Keely Dennis, owned by John T. and Betty Baker. Again, your junior champion haltered female today goes to entry number 510. High Fives Amaretto, exhibited by Ethan Morgan, owned by Cody Heimelreich. We'll now move into our Class 8 females. These are females born September and December of 2013. There will be entries in Class 8. The program book shows no entries. There are 2 write-in entries. The first one is entry number 551 with a birth date of November 26th, 2013. Entry 551 with a birth date of November 26th, 2013. Your second write-in is entry number 601 with a birth date of October 25th, 2013. Entry number 601, birth date 25th, 2013. Class 9 females, please be in the make-ready area. Class 10 females, please be making your way to the make-ready area.
I think another nice pair of heifers here once again, and again, both of them you like a great deal. We are going to use the man's heifer, just the balance, and again, the look and the femininity, the flatness and neatness of shoulder. Again, I like the extra length in this one, and still one that's probably more uniform in terms of if you study her horn on each side of her head there, they come out just a little more uniformly in terms of the way they're growing. Young lady's a tough one. She's hanging in there with that one. I kind of wish that side of the horn would curl up too so you could fit right underneath it and you wouldn't have to worry about that too much. But that one's really, really stout-headed, as she could tell you probably. That one too is very sound and very practical, just not maybe as balanced and neat to look at in terms of her head as what that class winner is. But a nice pair of heifers.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 8 females. In first place, your write-in entry, entry 601, High Fives Kahula, exhibited by Ethan Morgan, owned by Cody Heimelreich. In second place, your write-in entry, 551, BRR Grande Jane, exhibited by Madison White, owned by John Marshall. That'll bring us to our Class 9 females. These are females born May to August of 2013. There will be 3 entries in this class. Class 10 females, please be in the make-ready area. Class 11 females, please be making your way to the make-ready area. Reminder to everybody, if you are a champion and you get a voucher, it needs to be taken to the livestock office today and cashed in. Please do that as soon as possible. If you do not do it by the time the livestock office closes, you will not get a payout. The livestock office will not be open tomorrow for payouts. It'll only be open today. So if you end up with a voucher from Rodeo Austin, please take that voucher to the livestock office and cash it in today.
think without a doubt, probably the highest quality, but yet the most challenging class that I've had so far today. Just all three of these heifers I like a great deal, just for completely different reasons. But to me, if you combine the second and the third place heifer, you do arrive at the one that wins the class. A beautiful, beautiful heifer. Talk about one that's balanced. Talk about one that has the right kind of symmetry and look and presence about her. I love her structure and her skeleton and the way she uses it. And then you study her head too. Maybe a touch more refined than the other two, but definitely probably the one that balances is the most uniform, are descending and growing there. Here's where it gets close, because I do love just the front view and the head of the one we set in third, but it probably makes more sense for me in terms of just body conformation and length and extension to go ahead and put this one in second. She's a little more similar to the one that wins the class as far as being a little cleaner headed, a little longer bodied, a little longer stepping there. I still like the circumference and base to her horn there. Maybe not totally perfect in terms of just the uniformity of them, but still very, very good. Again, very impressive up front when you study young ladies there in third, and I do value that quite a bit on her. Just from there back, as you study her, she's a little smaller, she's a little shorter, maybe not quite as neat and neat to look at, and as feminine and clean in her lines as what you find in those top two cattle there. But that's a trio of three very nice heifers.
Thank you, Judge. Your Class 9 females, the results: in first place, entry number 511, Sunrise Shotzi, exhibited by Keely Dennis, owned by George and Cindy Dennis. In second place, entry number 512, Swingin' Stars, She's a Pistol, exhibited by Ethan Morgan, owned by Swingin' Star Ranch. In third place, entry number 513, JKG Baby Bell, exhibited by Jody Ging, owned by Christy Ging. Following along in your program book, entry 511 was first, entry 512 was second, entry 513 was third. That will now bring us to our Class 10 females. In Class 10, we will have 4 entries. Entry number 516 is a scratch. 516 is a scratch. We need our Class 11 females to the make-ready area.
I think another very tough class, very challenging class. Again, lots of things a person could justify here. The young man's heifer here, far left here. Again, balance-wise, very, very, very good. Boldness is very, very good on her. Again, I think she just fits together well. Even when you talk about her head, probably giving up a little much her class contemporaries in terms of length. But I'm one that's big on how the uniform and symmetrical. And she does that very, very well. Again, her body conformation and balance, I think, is why she can win this class. The pair, again, that's why we do what we do, to set these females into production. I love the udder design and how maternal she's designed back in there. So loose and so comfortable when she moves. I like her length there. A little frailer about her horn. Not obviously had the baby and doesn't have quite the body volume as some of the other cattle, but again, doing a nice job raising her calf. Next two for me, I really like the color pattern and the neatness of the heifer that comes next. Just one that gets a little coarser about her head, a little crestier about her neck. I like the length in her front end up and cleaner up just a touch. Then the heifer that ends up closing our class, she's probably as big horned and stout at their base as any of them. For me, it's more of a confirmation thing. I like to make her bigger in her kind. I like to maybe take some of the condition off of her and just make her a little cleaner and leaner to look at all the way through, make her a little more feminine in terms of her features there as well. But outstanding class of heifers.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 10 females. In first place, entry number 514, DJL Doodalicious, exhibited by Ethan Morgan, owned by Billy Thompson and Gary Jenkins. In second place, entry number 517, SVR Magnolia, exhibited by Kaylee Vuskov, owned by Matt and Sarah Vuskov. In third place, entry number 515, ECR Country Quest, exhibited by Casey Ging, owned by Tricia Pittman. In fourth place, entry number 518, ECR Bright Crush, exhibited by Tricia Pittman, owned by Tricia Pittman. Following along in your program book, entry number 514 was first, entry number 515 was third, entry 516 was a scratch, entry 517 was second, entry 518 was fourth. That will bring us to our Class 11 females. These are females born in the year 2012. Entry number 520 is a scratch. There are 3 write-ins in this class. Entry number 561 with a birth date of December 16th of 2012 is a write-in. Your next write-in is entry number 520 with a birth date of February 14th, 2012. And we have an additional write-in, entry number 516 with a birth date of 11/14/12. There will be a total of 4 entries in Class 11. At the completion of Class 11, we'll move into our Senior Champion Haltered Female Drive and bring in the first place winners out of Class 8 through. Then we'll move into our Grand Champion Haltered Female Drive. We will not be taking a break between females and bulls. They will give you time to move the females out and get the bulls moved in, but we will not be taking a break between females and bulls today.
another very solid group of females. There are three females here and one over here in the corner, all four that we like pretty well. But this one just kind of hits you hard in terms of just her neatness of combination of a cool colored one that's, again, very, very bold and sound and athletic and agile. I think where she still distanced herself, particularly from the one there in second, she's much, much more correct and stouter about her horn, got more length there and spread from tip to tip, and still bigger at her foundation, yet still not too coarse, keeps it feminine, keeps it in check there in that regard. I guess the one thing maybe I get concerned on her from a production standpoint on down the road, I like to space her out in terms of her teats just a touch. She gets just a touch gathered there in her udder. Beautiful heifer here, though, that comes in second. I love her length and love her look from the side. Very feminine, very angular, very sound, very maternal in every sense. Just wish she had a stouter set of horns on her to run up and get around the one we used to win that class. Pair that comes here next, again, obviously in production, holding her flesh pretty good at this stage as well. Still one that's good in terms of her horn design. Not the same kind of balance and symmetry we find in those top two cattle. She gets just a little weaker there in terms of her top line and her spine, and maybe takes away and detracts from her balance a little bit. Little brown heifer here in the corner, probably as impressive as any in terms of her head. I like the length, I like the balance and the way those horns are growing. She does give up a little more performance maybe to the others, but probably this is as accomplished as any of them here, just getting her more comfortable with that heifer as well. But a good solid set of females there in that class.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 11 females. In first place, entry number 519, High Fives Shady Lady, exhibited by Ethan Morgan, owned by Cody Heimelreich. In second place, your write-in entry, entry 516, HD Pollyanna, exhibited by Keely Dennis, owned by George and Cindy Dennis. In third place, your write-in entry number 520, HD Kisses, exhibited by Kaylee Vuskov, owned by Matt and Sarah Vuskov. In fourth place, your write-in entry, 561, LL Midnight Heather, exhibited by Adeline Unger, owned by Troy Unger. Following along in your program book, your write-in entry, 561, with a birth date of December 16th, was fourth. Your write-in entry, 516, with a birth date of 11/14, was second. Your entry 519 was first, and your write-in entry 520 with a birth date of February 14th was third. That'll bring us to our senior champion haltered female drive. We'll bring in our first place winners to compete for senior champion.
Four very nice class winners within this division. Again, a quality division. It's been very, very deep and good, and I like the balance and the look of all these cattle within this division. And to me, though, there's still probably two of them that kind of sort out, and amongst those two, there's one of them that's just a little harder to put a big hole in. Very feminine, very angular, very, very correct, and again, compositionally has the right kind of condition on her in terms of not having too much having the right amount to still stay competitive. The young lady here out of our second class, she's going to have our champion here in this division.
Your senior champion haltered female today goes to entry number 511. Sunrise Shotzi, exhibited by Keely Dennis, owned by George and Cindy Dennis.
We're bringing the second in that class in again, one that still offers some balance and some boldness there to the upper part of her rib cage. Still one that's pretty good in terms of her horn as well. And she's a lot like another one amongst our lineup, just not as much of her. Again, our reserve, if we could just lean her up a touch, change her udder design, maybe I'd switch the pair. But young man's heifer here out of the fourth class. She'll be a reserve here in this division.
Your reserve senior champion today goes to entry number 519. High Fives Shady Lady, exhibited by Ethan Morgan, owned by Cody Heimelreich. That will bring us to our grand champion haltered female. We'll bring in the junior champion and the senior champion. We do want to remind our champions that Rodeo Austin would like to have all champions photographed. We know that we do have youth showing multiple animals and you're not always able to go right over. You can take those champion photographs following the youth show, but please, all champions, have your photographs made at the official photograph booth today at the Star of Texas Fair and Rodeo.
I think it's been a very good female show. Again, very, very quality here on the top end that could compete at a lot of places. And again, I like the balance. I like the practical element that these cattle bring forth, and still ones that I think exemplify and represent your breed very, very well. Again, not going to talk through each one of them. To me, a pair of them out here that you really like for what they do and how they keep themselves together. Again, balance is of utmost quality there as well, not only in their conformation but also the design. Our two senior females, they're going to be our grand and going to be our reserve here today in this division.
Thank you, Judge. Your grand champion haltered female today goes to entry number 511, Sunrise Shotzi, exhibited by Keeley Dennis, owned by George and Cindy Dennis. Your reserve grand champion haltered female today goes to entry number 519, High Five Shady Lady, exhibited by Ethan Morgan, owned by Cody Heimelreich. That will complete our female show for the youth division. We will be moving into our haltered bull show. We'll give our exhibitors a few minutes to move the females out as they start bringing in the bulls. We do want to remind our champions of the photos taken for the Star of Texas Fair and Rodeo, Rodeo Austin. There is an official photographer and official backdrop for the photos to be taken. We do understand that youth are showing multiple animals, so you can do that at the completion of the youth show if you do not have time to do it during the show. But please, everyone, all champions, have your photos made. Also, we want to remind you, if you have a voucher for today's show, you need to take that to the livestock office to cash that voucher in today. The livestock office will close, and once it's closed, you will not be able to cash those vouchers in. The office will not be open tomorrow, so please cash in your vouchers at the livestock office. Thank you. Once again, we want to thank Austin Foam Plastics for their sponsorship at the Star of Texas Fair and Rodeo, Rodeo Austin this year. They have sponsored, and you're able to catch the live action on the big screen. It's being presented by Austin Foam Plastics. Also, another sponsor is Holt Cat. Your trusted source of legendary Caterpillar construction equipment is Holt Cat. They rent, sell, and support these machines at 30 locations across Texas. Thank you to Austin Foam Plastics, and thank you to Holt Cat for being sponsors of the Austin Rodeo, Rodeo Austin, Star of Texas Fair and Rodeo. Additionally, we want to thank our buckle sponsors through South Texas Longhorn Association. Our buckle sponsors are Lonesome Pines Ranch, John and Christy Randolph. Krista Cattle Company, Lewis and Jason Krista. Impact Fire Services from Austin, Texas. Cactus Rose Longhorns, Danny and Mary Lou Russell. Triple R Ranch, Robert and Kim Ritchie. 2 Bar 2 Ranch, Stan and Pat Ivacek. Callahan's General Store here in Austin, Texas. Rancho Dos Niños, Jeremy, Tina, Christopher, and Patrick Johnson. Blue Ridge Ranch, Mr. John Marshall. Thank you to our buckle sponsors for the Texas Longhorn Show. As we pick up with our youth show again, we'll start out with our youth haltered bull show. There are no entries in Class 16, so we're going to start out with our Class 17 bulls. These are bulls born July and August of 2014. There will be a single entry in this class. We will continue on with our judge, Mr. Brandon Callis.
I think a neat little bull to get our bull show started. Love his look. Smoothness is very, very good. Again, his balance and comfort in terms of the way he moves with the skeleton. Again, time will tell how good he gets to become, but he's got a good start already. So a nice single entry here in this class.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 17 bulls. In first place, entry number 521, High Fives Heineken, exhibited by Ethan Morgan, owned by Cody Heimelreich. That will bring us to our Class 18 bulls. These are bulls born May and June of 2014. There will be 3 entries in this class.
I think 3 really nice bull prospects here, and man to my far left we're going to use. I just love the masculinity of this guy when you study his head and his feature there. His length is very, very good. Doesn't hurt that he's kind of a neat color to look at as well. Still sound structured, still good in his skeleton and good built. He's probably given up just a shade more condition and body volume to some of the ones that we sit behind him. But in terms of just his look and design, his horn growth, I like him a great deal here in this class. I like the depth of side and the smoothness of the bull we have here in second. He's very level and very correct as well. Just doesn't have the same extension or ruggedness and masculinity that we find in that class winner, but still a very, very good bull. Well, we're going to set here in third today, probably the biggest bodied of the entire group. Just one that gets a little plainer in the way he's constructed. I like to make him a little neater in terms of his front with length. I like to maybe even change the design of his horn just a touch in terms of the way it's growing, but still one that's got a lot of value to him, going to be useful as a herd sire as well. So 3 nice bulls there in that class.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 18 bulls. In first place, entry number 523, General Lee 1, exhibited by Jorge Avalos, owned by Jorge Avalos. In second place, entry number 522, JKG, Ace in the Hole, exhibited by Casey Ging, owned by Christy Ging. In third place, entry number 524, Leonardo SH, exhibited by Tyler Lindsay, owned by Chris and Brandy Lindsay. That'll bring us to our Class 19 bulls. These are bulls born March and April of 2014. There will be 3 entries in this class, but there is a change. Entry 525 is a scratch. Entry 525 is a scratch. There is a write-in entry, entry number 573, with a birth date of April 10th, 2014. Your write-in entry is entry 573 with a birth date of April 10th, 2014.
Okay, we'll walk. Go ahead and bring him, buddy. You can bring that one. You can bring him. Really interesting and good pair of bulls, and I still like the little guy in here. Just gets outpowered a touch, but those top 2 bulls, to me, a lot of give and take between them. One's probably got a little more length of body, an extension. The other one's just, again, a little more rugged in his build, a little more masculine in the way he's designed, and I do like his body shape a touch better, and that's why we used the man's bull to win the class. He's probably got the most circumference in terms of the base of his horn there as well. Although they're going down a little bit, there's still the horns that have some symmetry to him, but I like just his total overall masculinity. Looks like a bull out here. Bull calf we have here, and in second, again, very long-sided, very neat to look at himself. He's kind of a flashy guy if you really get to looking at him. I like to maybe make him just a touch bolder in his rib, just a touch softer in his rib cage, and maybe strengthen him up right there in the middle of his top line. He gets just a touch weaker there, but 2 really nice bulls there. Bull will run here in third, just a little behind in terms of his a little greener built, maybe as impressive as any as you just study his head and the quality of it. I'd still like his soundness. Just ran into a pair of really good bulls that have just a little more to them here today. But a nice trio of bull calves.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 19 bulls: in first place, entry number 526, High Fives Bushwhacker, exhibited by Ethan Morgan, owned by Cody Heimelreich. In second place, entry number 527, SVR Buddy, exhibited by Kaylee Vuskov, owned by Matt and Sarah Vuskov. In third place, your write-in entry, entry number 570, Storm Chaser RO, exhibited by Alex Rivera, owned by Rocking O Longhorns. If you're following along in the program book, your write-in entry, entry 573, was third, entry 526 was first, and entry 527 was second. That'll bring us to our Class 20 bulls. These are bulls born January and February of 2014. There will be 2 entries in this class. Class 21 bulls and need to be in the make-ready area. Class 21 bulls to the make-ready area. Just a heads up for all of our youth and other exhibitors for the open show and non-haltered show. Immediately following showmanship today, there will be a 30-minute break. There will be a 30-minute break between the youth show and the open show. We'd also like to say thank you to 3M Electric for being a sponsor of the Star of Texas Fair and Rodeo buckles. Thank you to 3M Electric for your sponsorship of buckles today at the Texas Longhorn Youth Show.
Another good pair of bulls here, and it's just more balance in my mind. In the darker bull we're going to use to win, and I like his length quite a bit better. Again, still masculine, still one that's got some ruggedness about him, but his feet and legs are just better. The way he puts himself together is just better, and still one, again, you like the stoutness of his horn and head there as well. What we're going to have here in second, again, a neat colored one. He, too, is long enough body. Just maybe want to change his rear skeleton relative to that class winner. He's just a little shorter in his hip, maybe not quite as ideal and correct in the way he handles his rear skeleton when they're traveling as what we find in that top bull, but nice pair of bulls.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 20 bulls: in first place, entry number 5, TL Fenway, exhibited by Jorge Avalos, owned by Chris and Brandy Lindsay. In second place, entry number 528, High Fives Papa Top Again, exhibited by Ethan Morgan, owned by Cody Heimelreich. That will bring us to our Class 21 bulls. These are bulls born between September and December of 2013. There will be 2 entries in this class. Following Class 21, we'll move into our Class 22, which will be Grand Champion Bull.
Fall right behind him. Again, another good pair of bulls here. Two of them that cause a little more challenge just because they're kind of totally different there. But young lady's bull here on our far end, we're going to use, again, to me, there's just a touch more ruggedness to this bull in terms of the way he's designed. I like his feet and legs and his structure and how comfortable he is in his movement. Still one that's pretty impressive when you still look at his head in terms of just the circumference of how things are growing there. And then still one that has some length and balance to those there as well. If you get off to the side of him at times, he wants to maybe run downhill and get just a touch weaker right in there behind his shoulder, but still a very good bull. Bull we're going to run here in second obviously is longer sided, a little taller fronted, a little stronger right there behind his shoulder over his top, and that's what makes it hard. There's pieces of balance that you really like better about that bull. I think when they get on the travel though, he's just not quite as comfortable, not quite as loose and flexible as what we find the bull that ends up winning this class, but it's still a nice pair of bulls.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 21 bulls. In first place, entry number 530, CR Gorgeous Jog, exhibited by Casey Jing, owned by Cactus Rose Longhorns. In second place, entry number 531, Case Closed, exhibited by Alex Rivera, owned by Rocking O Longhorns. That will bring us to our Grand Champion Bull Drive. We'll bring in our first place winners to compete for Grand Champion.
Another good set of critters out here. A nice set of bulls we have. Again, maybe a little more differences in our female show in terms of type and kind, but I think we have some very, very worthy ones out here as well as some seconds as well. Probably still one of them for me, just as his balance and his structure and his skeleton and his eye appeal maybe is a little more correct than what we have in the others. Just looks, again, awfully athletic and comfortable in the way he handles himself, and still a masculine one that has some neatness and some different things about him that are attractive and that you like. And so again, a really good set of bulls here, but bull out of our fourth class young lady has there. That one's going to be our champion here in the bull show.
Your Grand Champion Bull today will be entry number 529, TL Fenway. Is that right? All of the youth Longhorn steers to report to the staging area, please. All youth Longhorn steers report to the staging area.
Another good second place bull. We walk in the line there again, extremely long sided, a neat fronted bull. Again, is very, very masculine. Maybe want to balance him up still just a touch in terms of his top line and his hip, but still a good bull. Probably gets closer amongst about three other of these bulls in terms of just where you lay your priorities. To me, one of them is really, really smooth, but maybe not as balanced. Another really rugged, masculine one that you like on the standstill. Call if he handles his hind leg good enough. Then another one that has some promise and some link to him. Maybe today didn't have quite the body volume as what the others. And so again, I think he does get fairly challenging out here. But probably the other one is just a little more of an outlier in terms of just his stoutness and his ruggedness. Is the bull out of the third class. He'll be a reserve.
Thank you, Judge. Your reserve grand champion bull today goes to entry number 526, High Fives Bushwhacker. Again, your grand champion bull today, entry 529, TL Fenway, exhibited by Keely Dennis, owned by Chris and Brandy Lindsay. Your reserve grand champion bull today, entry number 526, High Fives Bushwhacker, exhibited by Ethan Morgan, owned by Cody Heimelreich. We'll now move into our Youth Haltered Steer Show. We do want to remind all of our champions that we do need photos taken with the Star of Texas Fair and Rodeo backdrop with the official photographer today. We do understand if you don't have time to go right now after the champion drive to have those photos made, immediately following showmanship today. But please do have all photos made. Also, we want to remind you, if you did receive a voucher, you need to have those vouchers cashed in today at the livestock office. The livestock office will not be open tomorrow, and once it closes today, you will not be able to cash those vouchers out. So please, if you do receive a voucher, take it to the livestock office and have it cashed in today. Also, we want to remind you that immediately following showmanship, there will be a 30-minute break. There will be a 30-minute break between the youth show and the start of the open haltered show. We will begin our Youth Haltered Steer Show with Class 27, as there are no entries in Class 24, 25, or 26. So when we pick up with our Youth Haltered Steer Show, we'll begin in Class 27, move right into Class 28. Please, all steers, make your way to the make-ready area. All haltered steers to the make-ready area.
think a very nice way to start our steer show off. Again, a very, very smooth, still balanced calf here. Like the body volume of this guy. I think one, as you watch him walk in, his structure is still very, very appropriate. Very impressed with his head still. I like the balance of it, the stoutness of it, going to grow into something kind of neat, I think, as well. So very, very good representative for a single entry here in this class.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 27 steers. Entry number 532 is in first place. CR Cactus Jack, exhibited by Casey Ging, owned by Christy Ging. That'll move us into our Class 28 steers. These will be steers born September to December of 2013. This will be a single entry class also.
I think another quality and neat single entry here. I love his length and just so neat in his front and the way it's designed. Very long and good in terms of his spine and his length of his hip. Still a very sound made steer as well. Very impressive in terms of length from tip to tip up there. Doing some nice things with him. So again, another nice representative for this class. Nice single entry.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 28 steers. In first place, entry number 533, Cha-Cha Charlie, exhibited by Alex Rivera, owned by Rocking O Longhorns. There are no entries in Class 29, so we will move to Class 30. Class 30 will be steers born January through April of 2013. This is also a single entry class.
Pretty neat 2-year-old here. I love his stoutness, again, his body volume. Done a great job managing and taking care of this one. Structure still reads very, very right. And again, it's harder to get these older ones to look as smooth and clean as what he does, and he does that very, very well. Very impressed, though, when you get to the front 3/4 of this guy and study him, a pretty impressive view. So again, yet another quality and a neat single entry here in this class.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 30 steers. In first place, entry number 534, Fred 3, exhibited by Jody Ging, owned by Jody Ging. That will move us into our Class 31 steers. These will be steers born in the year 2012. There will be 2 entries in Class 31, and we'll follow Class 31 with our Grand Champion haltered steer drive.
I think a very impressive pair of steers here. Again, both of them are very admirable when you study their head and horn. Obviously, maybe one of them even has more horn, and to me, the difference one of them's probably just a little better balance, has a little more flash and style to him, and that's why I'll probably side with the young man's calf here. I like the one in terms of just his levelness and correctness. I like the body condition that he's in. Again, he's hard not to like with a color like that, his balance and his structure and the way he does. And again, you still get in front of him and study his head. You still admire things about him as well. This one's head is like a bobblehead doll. Like his horns are so big, his head just goes side to side, and he can't help it. Really big at the base of his horn, really long and extended there. I like to maybe balance him up in the back half of him like we have in the one that's going to win the class. And personally for me, if you study just his mouth there, he's got one of those undershot jaws there. I like to correct his mouth soundness, I guess, if you will, for me. But still an impressive pair of steers here to represent this class.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 31 steers: in first place, entry number 535, LSC Jim by Ethan Morgan, owned by Cody Heimelreich. In second place, entry number 536, JTW Billy Gunn 03, exhibited by Alex Rivera, owned by JT Waring. That'll bring us to our Grand Champion Haltered Steer Drive. We'll bring in our first place steers. Immediately following our champion and reserve champion steer drive, we'll go into our youth showmanship. Do want to remind you that immediately following showmanship, we'll take a brief 30-minute break between the youth show and the open show. Please, all champion winners, have your photos made at the photo backdrop. You can do this following the youth show. And we want to remind you, if you did receive a cash voucher today, please have that cashed in at the livestock office as soon as possible today.
Really good. Here's we have here again, all four. Again, you got some quality and some neatness to them, and some features in terms of just their head and their front view that are very, very neat to look at. Again, just comes down to personal preference, as it always does, but to me even more so with the steers, just because they're so different in their makeup and kind. But for me, one of them kind of sticks out here in terms of combining some cool things. Then we can get a little closer there for reserve. But young guy here with our tiger stripe here on the end, he's going to be our champion here in the steer division. gets a little closer here for reserve. The one up front I like in terms of just smoothness and the way he's presented in terms of his condition today. Maybe he's a little shorter necked than maybe some of the other ones. The second class one got some length and extension to him, maybe gives up just a little body volume and size today. Big growthy year old here that's pretty balanced and neat. Again, you get to the front 3/4 of him and I get really impressed with him. And then the one that was second in that class, obviously one that has an advantage in terms of just the size of his horn, but then again from there back I like to maybe balance him up in his body in a place or two there in terms of his mouth as well. So again, it gets a little closer in my mind how you want to go with the next vote, I guess, for me. But there's another one out here. Again, I liked him very, very well in this class, and the way he hit me there, he's very balanced and very smooth. Young lady here out of our third class, she'll have our reserve.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your champion haltered steer drive, your reserve grand champion haltered steer today goes to entry number 534, Fred 3, exhibited by Jody Ging, owned by Jody Ging. Your grand champion haltered steer today goes to entry number 535, LSC Jim Jam, exhibited by Ethan Morgan, owned by Cody Heimelreich. We will now move into our showmanship contest today. And in our showmanship contest, we want to say thank you to 3M Electric for donating the showmanship buckles for our showmanship contest today. A big thank you to 3M Electric. We also want to say thank you to our other buckle sponsors that have helped with our show throughout the Star of Texas Fair and Rodeo Longhorn show. Those are Lonesome Pines Ranch, John and Christy Randolph, Krista Cattle Company, Lewis and Jason Krista, Impact Fire Services of Austin, Texas, Cactus Rose Longhorns, Danny and Mary Lou Russell, Triple R Ranch, Robert and Kim Ritchie, 2 Bar 2 Ranch, Stan and Pat Ivacek, Callahan's General Store of Austin, Texas, Rancho Dos Niños, Jeremy, Tina, Christopher, and Patrick Johnson, and Blue Ridge Ranch, Mr. John Marshall. As we begin our showmanship, we start with our junior showmanship contest.
They're gonna make it easy on me and just bring one. Nobody wants to compete with you. You're just too good. Fine. I love this guy's attitude. It's been a joy to get to visit with him throughout this show. He's half comedian and he doesn't even realize it probably. Just does an awesome job as far as command of those animals, keeping heads up on them. He pays attention to the feet. I think the thing I like most about in terms of just showmanship on him, he's pretty good in terms of the eye contact thing, which is hard for the young ones to get sometimes, and he does that pretty well. So I see a bright future for him. Let's give him a round of applause as our individual that wins this division.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your junior showmanship contest: in first place, Tyler Lindsay. We'll now move into your intermediate showmanship.
Another very promising exhibitor here. We don't have much competition for her, but she could dang sure stand some more of it. She's very, very smooth, keeps those cattle in line. I guess where I was probably most impressed was earlier today. If you could have seen the look she gave that calf when that horn kept hitting her, it was one of those ones of, you're not going to do this, and we're fixing to get this right. And so very, very determined one. Good luck to her on down the road. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Judge. The winner in your intermediate showmanship contest today is Matt. That will bring us to our showmanship competition. Again, we want to thank 3M Electric for sponsoring our showmanship buckles today at the Texas Longhorn Youth Show. Big thank you to 3M Electric for sponsoring our showmanship buckles. We also want to say thank you to the following champion buckle sponsors: Lonesome Pines Ranch, John and Christy Randolph; Krista Cattle Company, Lewis and Jason Krista; Impact Fire Services of Austin; Cactus Rose Longhorns, Danny and Mary Lou Russell; Triple R Ranch, Robert and Kim Ritchie; 2 Bar 2 Ranch, Stan and Pat Ivacek; Callahan's General Store of Austin, Texas; Rancho dos Niños, Jeremy, Tina, Christopher, and Patrick Johnson; and Blue Ridge Ranch, Mr. John Marshall. Additionally, we want to say thank you to Austin Foam Plastics. Catch the live action on the big screen as presented by Austin Foam Plastics. I also want to say thank you to Holt Cat. Your trusted source of legendary Caterpillar construction equipment is Holt Cat. They rent, sell, and support the machines at 30 locations across Texas. Thank you to Austin Foam Plastics and Holt Cat for being sponsors of Rodeo Austin.
Let's walk. Yep, we're gonna walk them. Move yourself right up here this way. You're gonna pull up right behind her. That's good right there. Another very, very solid group of showmanship here in our first one. We actually have 3 of them to sort here. I think all 3 do a nice job. I know she's enjoying this one a lot more than she was enjoying the brown one earlier, that's for sure. Again, 2 young ladies here on this side, again, gets a little closer between them as far as both are smooth, both are very poised. I think the way I just sort them is just on the way in terms of what they put those feet down on those animals and get the feet set on them. Also keeping weight properly distributed in the right places here. And so we're going to leave them like they stand here, and the young lady at the front of the line is going to end up being our winner here. But again, all 3 of them do a great, great job. Let's give them a big, big round of applause.
The results of your teen showmanship: in first place, Adeline Unger; second place, Tricia Pittman; and third place, Jody Ging. In the ring now are your senior showmen.
Without a doubt, the most competitive thing we've done today is the senior division of showmanship. Really encouraged and proud of the way these guys get these things stuck and back here in line. Again, showmanship's one of those deals of extremely personal preference and also the way your animal is acting with you at that point in time and your response to that as well. And so to me, all of you have done a great job. I'm the unfortunate one that has to be nitpicky on who gets to be first, second, and third. I will say, though, the one that's going to win our division today just kind of makes it look easy. It's kind of effortless for them. They're very smooth. Facial demeanor never changes, never rushed. Just does a great job. And then we'll get our second and our third. But again, let's congratulate all of our showmanship exhibitors. I'll show you the three I think do the best job.
The results of your senior showmanship today: in first place goes to Keely Dennis, second place to Ethan Morgan, and third place to Casey Ging. Honorable mention goes to Alex Rivera, Gunnar Hooks, Jorge Avalos, and Kaylee Vusko. Congratulations to all of our showmanship contestants, and once again, thank you to 3M Electric for sponsoring our showmanship buckles. We appreciate their sponsorship at Rodeo Austin. We want to remind you that if you won a voucher in the youth show today, or you win a voucher in any of the shows later today, please cash vouchers in at the livestock office. That livestock office will close following the shows today and will not be open tomorrow. Additionally, we want to remind you, if you were a champion winner, please have your photographs taken in front of the Rodeo Austin backdrop. If you've won in the youth show, please go that way and get those pictures taken. We will be taking a 30-minute break before we begin our open and non-haltered Longhorn shows. So grab yourself some refreshments, take a little break, and join us back here in 30 minutes. Once again, we want to thank our judge today, Mr. Brandon Callis, and we want to thank our ring steward, Mr. Brandon Hinkies. Also, thank you to all of our youth exhibitors for making our youth show a big success this year again at Rodeo Austin.
Welcome back to Rodeo Austin.
We'll begin our open Longhorn show here shortly. So if our open Longhorn contestants, exhibitors can be starting to make their way to the make ready area. We want to take this opportunity again to thank our sponsors of our belt buckles for our Texas Longhorn show today. We've had our youth show. We'll begin picking up with our open haltered show, and then we'll move into our non-haltered show this afternoon. But again, thank you to 3M Electric for their sponsorships of buckles during the Texas Longhorn show. We appreciate their sponsorship here at Rodeo Austin. Additionally, we'd like to thank Lonesome Pines Ranch, John and Christy Randolph, Krista Cattle Company, Lewis and Jason Krista, Impact Fire Services of Austin, Texas, Cactus Rose Longhorns, Danny and Mary Lou Russell, Triple R Ranch, Robert and Kim Ritchie, 2 Ranch, Stan and Pat Ivacek, Callahan's General Store of Austin, Texas, Rancho Dos Niños, Jeremy, Tina, Christopher, and Patrick Johnson, and Blue Ridge Ranch, Mr. John Marshall. Thank you to all of our buckle sponsors and those who have helped sponsor Rodeo Austin this year and make this show a success. Thank you.
Let's partner up. for 80 years, Holt Cat has helped build Texas with cat machines and engines. And for over 60 years, Holt has been sponsoring stock show and rodeo events. Thanks, Texas. Let's partner up.
As we're getting ready to start our Longhorn show, we'd also like to remind you, Longhorn enthusiasts, there will be a show in Rockdale, Texas. It's 3 youth shows and 1 open show all in one weekend. You can go to the STLA website. That's www.stla.org and download the entry forms. Once again, we'll pick back up with the Rodeo Austin Longhorn Show, sponsored by the South Texas Longhorn Association. We'll begin with our open haltered show. Our judge this afternoon is going to be Dr. Scott Kimball. Dr. Kimball resides in Karnes City, Texas, with his wife, Mackie. He's a retired physician of 27 years and currently runs the Kimball Family Ranch. He's raised Texas Longhorn cattle since 1981 and has had a successful show career. He's shown non-haltered and haltered cattle since 1996. His family is the owner of WOW, the 4-time Texas Longhorn Breeders Association of America World Grand Champion steer and 3-time International Texas Longhorn Breeders Association National Champion steer. Unfortunately, WOW recently passed away, and we extend our condolences to the Kimball family. Dr. Kimball has numerous Texas Longhorn shows under his belt. He's judged from Texas to Oklahoma to Pennsylvania to Maryland, and that included the county to affiliate and to national championship shows. He has held numerous titles in his community, including the past president of the Karnes City Chamber of Commerce, and we could probably go on and on. I know he's been very involved with all kinds of activities there in Karnes County. His hobbies include hunting, fishing, and of course, Dr. Kimball's all-time passion is tailgating. And when he talks of tailgating, that means watching cattle. In his words, he believes that every show is a learning experience and the unique beauty and diversity of the Texas Longhorn cattle breed. Please welcome your judge this afternoon, Dr. Scott Kimball. As we kick off our open haltered females show today, we'll begin with Class 2. There are no entries in Class 1, so we'll kick off with Class 2. This will be females born July and August of 2014. Whenever the judge is ready, we'll start our show. Once again, welcome back to the Texas Longhorn Show here at Rodeo Austin. We are kicking off this afternoon with our open haltered show. We'll start out with females. There will be no entries in Class 1. We'll start with Class 2. Class 2 are females born July and August of 2014. This will be a single entry class. If you're following along in the program book, entry 537 was put into the catalog as open, and it should have been youth. So 537 was moved to youth. This will be a single entry class in Class 2.
Test. There we go. These new mics. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Scott Kimball. I'm from Carn City. I'll be your judge this afternoon. I want to thank Rodeo Austin for pulling me up here today and going to learn some stuff. That's what I like to do when I come judge. Every day I judge, and every time I go out into the cattle in the pasture, look at things and appreciate this livestock, appreciate what God's given us. It's a learning experience, so I hope we get to go through this afternoon and learn a little bit ourselves. I don't know everything, but I like to improve every day I do this. We got a 1 entry in this class, just a really nice looking little heifer. If you notice him closely, he was talking to me when he first came in. And she's got a little swellenness behind her ears. And she had a mesquite thorn. And the vet had given her some antibiotics, and she has a little reaction to it. So she'll be all right. He'll go back and take care of her. But we got one entry in this class, and she'll be your class winner. Let's give this man a round of applause for today and being with us. And we'll go through the rest of the classes, and we'll break them down a little bit for you the way I see them. I've been in the cattle business for 20-something years. I won't tell you how old I am. But not only am I in the business, but I also was a breeder, which means I brought them on this earth and I've taken them out. And that puts us, and I feel my category as doing a breeder, which you guys will understand, I'm not a cattle buyer. I bring them here, I breed them to be the high quality that I think needs to be done. I have to call out what I got to call out, and that all the experience is what I'll bring into the ring for you today. Thank you. So he'll be your class winner. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 2 females. In first place, entry number 538, TL Angel at the Door, exhibited by Chris Lindsay, owned by Chris and Brandy Lindsay. That'll bring us to our Class 3 females. These are females born May and June of 2014. There will be 3 entries in this class.
We're going to start the class off with this flashy little red and white roan-looking heifer over here. She's the biggest bodied one and the thickest bodied one of the bunch. She's really well balanced. I like the way the femininity comes out from her head into her shoulders, and she blends well and keeps it up all the way through. She's pretty square-bodied. She puts all four on the floor really well. She carries the muscle mass from the tail head back down to her basically her knees and the backside, if you would call it. And I look in between her front legs, and she's really square up and she's really solid. Got a pretty flash color. I like the way her horns are set up on her headset. She's ready to go for the gate, so that'll be your class winner. We picked this middle class here, number 2. Little heifer, smaller in frame, but when you balance her around and put her all together, she's componting it out really good for me today. I like the femininity qualities from her ears down to her jaw into her shoulders and going down at the first rib. She has a really nice straight back. She's well balanced and blended, in my opinion, from the top to the bottom side. Her legs could get a little bit more low, but for how she's put together and femininity I like, and the backside, she carries it through for me today. I checked all 4 on the floor. She does it pretty good, and she actually takes that a little bit better over than the third place heifer. This little fancy little black and white heifer coming out, she walks really good. Boy, she's got a lot of leg to her. If I could do anything with her, I'd like to clean her up and navel a little bit. And probably some time. There's 7 bloodlines in Longhorn family, and you get this mixed quality comes in. Each one's going to be a little bit more in their growing up time-wise table. So but I do like the way she's blending. I just wish she could clean it up a little bit in that neck, a little bit more femininity coming in today. But that's how we place them. Thank you, guys, and let's give these guys a round of applause, please.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 3 females. In first place, entry number 539, Sunrise Stylish, exhibited by Cindy Dennis, owned by John T. and Betty Baker. In second place, entry number 540, Sand Dollar Sue, exhibited by Chris Lindsay, owned by Chris and Brandy Lindsay. In third place, entry number 541, Carmel Mocha TP, exhibited by Timothy Phillips, owned by Timothy Phillips. That will now bring us to our Class 4 females. These are females born March and April of 2014. There will be 4 entries in this class. Entry number 546 was miscategorized. It should have been in the youth show, so 546 is out.
Okay, we had 4 entries in this class. I'm going to put this 543 in first. When I look at my females, I like really feminine looking females, and it starts all the way up from the nose going to the ears. I like the neck and the shoulders to blend all the way up to the first and second and third rib right behind the shoulders. And if it needs to just keep on filing all the way down. I like a nice straight back, tail head. I like the top and the bottom to match. I like with the fullness in the flank. And this calf, and this, in my opinion here, is just really pulls that out, that whole blend for me all the way today. As I look on the front and the back side, she puts all 4 on the floor, really nice boxed out. She doesn't have any toe in and toe out. I'll get behind her, look, and down in between the legs and down thighs, and she just really put together better as the other 3 in this class. So we'll put her in there first. I come up to second heifer. She's really nice, sharply, shapely. I just like to blend her a little bit better, a little bit more femininity up into her shoulders and neck. She's pulling a little bit and giving this lady a little bit of hassle today. And I told her, if it's the first time you fail, it won't be your last. If it's the second time, it definitely won't ever be your first again. So we had a little chuckle about that. But you're showing cattle, you're going to have those things. I like to go ahead and kind of fill her up a little bit and blend it up in the rear end from the base of the flanks all the way to the back. She gives it up. Place heifer in that opinion. Other than that, she's really good heifer. We come in here with a third place heifer. I like to pull her neck out a little bit longer in that head to that neck connection there. That blend is a little bit just too short for me compared to the other 2. Now you get into the top line and the bottom line, she blends better back in the flank. She's got a really good rump and hindquarter set with her. But as you start putting it all together, pieces out, she just didn't fit into that nice fluidness from the jawline all the way back to the back. Nice tail head, nice color, nice horn set, and she really walks. She's got some good leg to her. We put her in the third hole. Fourth hole here, we got to go up with the neck. She got a little bit short, a little bit thick for me, going to the brisket and the bottom shoulder. Type line's nice. Then I get back to the back where the flank is, going back into the rear, and she loses it up a little bit more in the musculature and the length of the butt and the hams. As we compare to the upper 3. She does all 4 on the floor really good for me, but we look at it, nice horn set, nice head set. She's got her nice demeanor. She really walks good. It's just that whole blend thing we're looking for today. So we'll give these guys a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 4 females. In first place, entry number 543, Sand Dollar Double Wowzer, exhibited by Chris Lindsay, owned by Chris and Brandy Lindsay. In second place, entry number 542, Gypsy Merlot, exhibited by Judy Moore, owned by John and Judy Moore. In third place, entry number 544, High Fives Martini, exhibited by Cody Heimelreich, owned by Cody Heimelreich. In fourth place, entry number 545, Golden Bush of Pearls, exhibited by Timothy Phillips, owned by Stephen Head. Following along in your program book, entry number 542 was second, 543 was first, 544 was third, 545 was fourth, and entry number 546 scratched out of this class. That'll bring us to our Class 5 females. These are females born January and February of 2014. There will be 4 entries in Class 5. Immediately following Class 5, we'll move into our Junior Champion Haltered Female Drive.
Somebody maybe scratch your head on this one, but let me tell you what I looked at. I watched the way that they put together, and you get out here and you look at them standing, and these are going to hopefully be some brood cattle down the road. They're just not market cattle. So I want to look at these, how they're going to carry themselves. And when they got to be walking, this animal right here, this 550, she just held her own a little bit better for me on the walking. She kept her legs tightly underneath her. She wasn't walking down, wasn't getting a little bit more sickle leg, if they would call that, when they get up underneath them. She had a nice walk with her. Their feet stayed line to line, and she was more physically, mechanically walking better for me on that. And that's about how close you're going to get. If you start putting these animals side to side, this one's got a really good strong back, bottom side balance. She got more femininity, had more walk better, and I like the way she did. So we'll put her in the first hole. Second hole, this heifer here is just right on it real close. You got to really appreciate the frame on this animal. She fools it all the way. She's, in my case, just maybe just a little bit more framey than we like at this time. I also like to get some more femininity up in the neck, get some of that dewlip out of there. He's shaking his head, he sees that. You know, one thing about show cattle, you can't get it perfect all the time. It just doesn't happen. So we got to kind of blend them out, look at what we're looking for. But other than that, it's an excellent heifer. She walks really decently, except she's got just a little bit of a walk underneath her with her, okay? So you need to watch that. Now, that's second place. Third place heifer here, we're walking up. Welcome. You got to really appreciate the color on this little heifer. She's got a really nice, good headset. Look at the bases of those horns coming out. Go ahead, honey, go for me. Look at that horn set. And ears are really nice and tied up there. And really nice 4 or 5 color blend on her. She walks really nice. She just gives it up today in a little bit of capacity and the depth that we're looking at for the other 2 first classes, especially when you come back on the back side. You look kind of up in her udder is and the legs come up. That muscle doesn't go down there deep enough in the flanks, and also the smoothness. But femininity, she does a really good job with that in color. Thank you. Then we come up this little Brindle one. Boy, she got a nice headset to her. You look at her eyes, and she's really pretty. I like that color on her. She's, for her size and shape where she's at, she's got a really nice straight back on her, got a nice tail set. She just gives it up in body mass and girth and femininity all the way. I shouldn't say femininity. That's not correct. Scratch that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And just giving it up in both in volume. When she's walking today, she's just pulling just a little bit up on it. She's just prancing. I just can't push her up on the class on that. And on the back side, when she watch her swap on her tail there, just that muscle mass at the length as it goes back down. She just gives it up about 2/3 compared to everybody else. So that's how we place them 1 through 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 5 females: in first place, entry number 550, High Fives Amaretto, exhibited by Cody Heimelreich, owned by Cody Heimelreich. In second place, entry number 548, Magnolia Bloom SH, exhibited by Chris Lindsay, owned by Chris and Brandy Lindsay. In third place, entry number 549, PLR Warriors Paintbrush, exhibited by Catherine Morris, owned by Alan and Suzanne Perry. In fourth place, entry number 547, PLR Texas Gemma, exhibited by Judy Moore, owned by John and Judy Moore. Following along in your program book, entry 547 was fourth, entry 548 was second, entry 549 was third, and entry 550 was first. That will bring us to our junior champion haltered female drive. We'll bring in our first place winners from class 2, 3, 4, and 5 to compete for your junior champion haltered female.
I put this black and white heifer first. You get out here, and as a judge, when I first got in, the lady was asking me, do you want to get on a horse? And that's for the open show for the next class. But when you get out on the ground here and you start looking, there's a big difference. And I know John T. will tell me, sitting in the stands behind me, that the lights sitting down here show a little bit of difference than sitting up there. So when you get down here, you start seeing lights, and you get the lights on the animals and the depths that the colors are bringing to you. It really starts working your eyes. So I'm going to walk, and I want to give every animal the availability of just not trying to go over here and do a quick show. They're walking, you guys are getting a good time. So when I got down here and I started picking, man, these last two here just really, really are tight on here. But as I started looking on the backside and looking how they're put together and how they're blended and how they're boxed out, and the anatomy aspect of it, and walking, this heifer here just pulled it out really, really tight, especially from the back third coming to the back. Everything else, she's really compatible. I just like the way, from the profile and the backside looking up at her, she just blended it. So that's your first place, our Grand Champion Junior here. Now we're going to replace the second class in this class that was this one walking out, and we'll let her line up with the other three and see what we do. We're going to read the reserve junior up with this heifer. Just getting it all together. Look at how strong her back was done from her head, her ears, especially on her shoulders. And she holds it really, really good. Right up here. She's tight. As you walk on the backside, look how she blends and she boxes out. She's good. I like the femininity on her better than the other three that were in here, as we bring her from the chin all the way back down into the backside, and then she completes it all the way down the floor in the back. When I got on the backside of her, compared to the other one that just walked in, she filled it out and was just really nice put together for me. And I like the way she blends all the way through. So we put it as your Grand Champion. Let's give these guys a round of applause, please.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your reserve junior champion haltered female is entry number 543, Sand Dollar Double Wowzer, exhibited by Brandy Lindsay, owned by Chris and Brandy Lindsay. Your junior champion haltered female today goes to entry number 550, High Fives Amaretta, exhibited by Cody Heimelreich, owned by Cody Heimelreich. We'll now move into our Class 8 females. These are females born September to December of 2013. This will be a single entry class. The entry number 551 was moved to youth. 551 belonged in the youth show, so it'll be a single entry class. Class 9 females, please be making your way to the make ready area, followed by Class 10 females. Want to remind all of our champions to have your photographs taken at the end of this show over in front of the backdrop. The professional photographer will be over there at the end of this show. So in the open haltered show, please go to the backdrop for your photos to be taken. If you were a youth champion and didn't get your photo taken, you can go at the end of the open haltered show also to have your photos taken. Thank you.
What I'm doing is using some of my knowledge from the past. As my daughter showed and I showed for a few years, and one of the toughest things that we need to do is to make sure that animals are creatures of habit. We have to stay in control of that when we're in the show. So we want to let them come in and present themselves and let the presenter and the animal do their job, and I want them to hold and place the animal. And then we'll let them walk through the pattern and hold and place the animal, and then I'll come back. I want them to learn that there's a pattern that needs to be done instead of I misbehave and out the gate I go and nobody's going to control me. And those are one of the worst things that we can do for the show animal. So just bear with us. There'll be a few, hopefully none more, but there may be a few that I want to hold back and make sure that these presenters get a chance to show their animals. Okay, this was a single class entry, which she'll be your class winner today. Let's give this young lady a round of applause. Each animal has its own little demeanor. We got to learn to work with each one of them. And sometimes you get presenters who don't know an animal doesn't know a presenter. So when you kind of get thrown in the mix, it's just that you got to do the best you can. So this will be your class winner today. We'll bring her back out with some more competition, and we'll see how she places up. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 8 females: in first place, entry number 552, TL Gypsy, exhibited by Tenny Leopard, owned by Stephen Head. We'll now move into our Class 9 females. These are females born May to August of 2013. There will be 4 entries in Class 9. Attention in the barn, Brandon Callis. If you're in the barn, report to the livestock office. Your ride to the airport is here. Brandon Callis. If you're in the barn, report to the livestock office. Your ride to the airport is here.
We're going to put this 553 cow in first place in this class. She's overall, with all the dimensions we're talking about, the femininity, having a nice back line, the bottom side, carrying it all the way through back to the back quarter down by all the way down the feet, all four on the ground. She walks really good. I really appreciate the femininity of looking at this animal. She's just really nice put together from her cheeks, her halter strap line, down to the middle rib, even half down to the side here. Get to the bottom side, she's clean. Her bag angle, her tit angle, it's just really nicely developed where it's at. She just really pulls it out today in this class. Thank you. We bring her back up with this second place heifer in this class. She gives it up with just a little bit of refinement and the feminine smoothness. If we look up in the shoulder line, she gets just a little bit bulkier than the other one up in front, the front muscle on the front quarter of the shoulder. As we like the back line all the way through, we come down the back. She gives it up a little bit also in the length and the depth and the fullness and the cleanliness down the bottom, down by where her udder is coming up. Compare this to first place in the class. Come in with a third place heifer. It's a little black and white heifer here. Boy, she got a nice head set, nice ear set, nice femininity from the neck down to the shoulders, down to her mid-brand. And then she starts to give it up about the hips going to the pins, going down to the back side. When I get on the back side, look at her from the rear, and then I get close and I get her to blend, she just gives up about a quarter capacity there. And so we put her in the third hole. But really nice, pretty flashy heifer. Then we bring the end of the class up with this fourth place heifer here. Again, femininity of the neck. As we bring her back, she's got a really nice length from her hips to her pins, but as it brings down through the musculature and the structure and the functionality of it, from halfway from her body to the back, she gives it up compared to the first three in the class. Got good four on the floor, a really nice head set, like the horn capacity coming out on her. Nice, pretty face on her, but we'll stick her in the fourth hole in this class. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 9 females. In first place, entry number 553, Sunrise Shotzi, exhibited by Cindy Dennis, owned by George and Cindy Dennis. In second place, entry number 555, Swingin' Stars, She's a Pistol, exhibited by Taylor Morgan, owned by Swingin' Star Ranch. In third place, entry number 554, Peekaboo CP3, exhibited by Timothy Phillips, owned by Caleb Phillips. In fourth place, entry number 556, PLR Texas Eureka, exhibited by Catherine Morris, owned by Randy and Catherine Morris. Following along in the program book, entry number 553 was first. Entry number 554 was third. Entry number 555 was second. And entry number 556 was fourth. That will bring us to our Class 10 females. These are females born January to April of 2013. There will be 3 entries in Class 10. The entry number 559 is a scratch. 559 is a scratch. Once again, Rodeo Austin would like to thank our sponsors who've helped out with this year's rodeo. Austin Foam Plastics. Catch the live action on the big screen presented by Austin Foam Plastics. Also, a big thank you to Holt Cat. Your trusted source for legendary Caterpillar construction equipment is Holt Cat. They rent, sell, and support the machines at 30 locations across Texas. Thank you to Holt Cat and to Austin Foam Plastics.
We're going to place them as they walked in. You wish you could take a hind quarter off of one and put a pelt on another one, and shoulders on one, and feet on one, and horn set. You just can't do that. You gotta come with what you're at and get your head going. If you put it all together and you do a nice putting together of an animal of these 3 that are in here, this one here pulls out, in my opinion, in the top of the class. We've got decent femininity coming in. If anything on her, I like to clean her up in the front. She's just getting a little bit thicker for me than I really appreciate, but in this class she does well. I went and felt the first time I felt on the class today. She's carrying a little bit more fat and a little bit show jiggle and wiggle than we like to know, but you know, we're coming out of a winter. It's been wet and grass is slick, so I'm going to eat it, and I understand that. But as you get down to look at the frame and how she walks and carries herself forward on the floor, and she's balanced on the shoulders and underneath, she pulls herself up on first in this class. Really nice heifer for this class. Thank you. We come up with this really pretty heifer here. I like the way her horns coming out of her head. I like the way they're tight to there. You get in front, you look at her from the muzzle all the way down to the top side and back. She blends really good. She just doesn't get into me today with a little bit more of a fullness, basically from the last quarter to 2/3 back into the back of the body. I look at that compared to the other heifer, and she just gives it up today in the mass, the quality, and the volume as we see in the other one. Other than that, she's really put together real nice. And we come in the last with this heifer. This one here, I could tell she's giving Dad a little problem. She got a nose ring in today, but she's flashy. She's got a lot of horn on her. I like her headset. We bring her back. I like to lengthen her out a little bit. I like to raise her up, and I like to thin her down a little bit. She's eating some groceries there, and she's got a really kind of a big, thick brisket. And you get a brisket that big on animals, they'll start to widen out their front shoulder and their walking gait, and they'll start and some bad capacity anatomy in that front quarter of that animal. So, but overall, nice, pretty animal. She stands there, nice headset. So let's give these guys a round of applause. We'll place them 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 10 females. In first place, entry number 557, DJL Dudylicious, exhibited by Cody Heimelreich, owned by Billy Thompson and Gary Jenkins. In second place, entry number 558, ECR Country Quest, exhibited by Tricia Pittman, owned by Tricia Pittman. In third place, entry number 560, ECR Bright Crush, exhibited by Owen Pittman, owned by Tricia Pittman. That will bring us to our Class 11 females. These are females born in the year 2012. There's a scratch in this class. Entry number 561 was a scratch. It was moved to youth. 561 was in youth. There is an addition to this class. It's entry number 559. The write-in is entry number 559 with a birth date of November 14th, 2012. There will be 3 entries in Class 11. Immediately following Class 11, we'll move into our senior champion haltered female drive.
We're going to put this 559 animal up in the first slot here. You get to looking at this one and the second one in the class. The top sides are really nice, femininity. She pulls it out a little bit up into the neck and shoulders with how smoothly she blends from that. She's really, really feminine going down into the mid-thoracic area. You bring her on the back side, she holds it tight on top line, even from the back down to her udder. She's 7-8 months safe in calf. She's got all 4 quarters looking really good. I like the way she's carrying herself when she's walk heavy with the calf. Bottom side's tight and clean. Anything I can do with her, give her a little bit more horn. If I could do it, I can't do it. I can't stretch it. I've tried it. It doesn't work. You got to breed, but you look at that animal from that aspect there, she just pulls it out at about 3 points better than the one in second class. Thank you. The second place, boy, she's got a lot of color, a lot of horn set on her. She just gets a little bit thicker, a little bit heavier than I like up in the shoulders down into the brisket. And then you follow her out on the top side and coming on down around the rear end corner and looking to where that udder sets. She just gives it up in just a couple of more point issues compared to the one that just walked out. She's a good medium heavier boned. I like the way she walks. I like the way she stands and she moves. She just got about 3 points difference off than the one in front for what I look at today. Thank you very much. Then we bring in with this cow-calf pair. I could do anything. I like to raise her up a little bit. She's got lots of length in there. Nice horn set with her. She just doesn't walk solid for me today to bring her up any more class, and she's a little bit lighter bone. And when she walks, she got just a little bit of a stretch. She's got to really pull those back legs up to get them underneath her, and that's just a kind of a balancing issue with the animals. There's short-legged kids and long-legged kids and short-legged arms and big and robust, and that's just the way an animal stock is, especially in the Longhorn breed. So that's how we place them 1, 2, 3. Let's give you guys a round of applause, please.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 11 females. In first place, your write-in entry number 559, with a birth date of November 14th, 2012. HD Pollyanna, exhibited by Cindy Dennis, owned by George and Cindy Dennis. In second place, entry number 563, High Fives Shady Lady, exhibited by Cody Heimelreich, owned by Cody Heimelreich. In third place, entry number 562, Wiregrass Liz, exhibited by Timothy Phillips, owned by Timothy Phillips. If you were following along in the program book, your write-in entry number 559 was first. Entry 562 was third, and entry 563 was second. That brings us now to our senior champion haltered female drive. We'll bring in our first place winners from our previous classes to compete for senior champion haltered female. Want to remind our exhibitors, if you are a champion and you get a voucher, please cash that voucher in at the livestock office today. Once that office closes today, you will not be able to cash in your vouchers. Additionally, if you are a champion winner today, immediately following the open haltered show, the photographer will be at the Rodeo Austin backdrop. It is requested that all champions have their photos made for the Austin Rodeo. We also want to thank our belt buckle sponsors who have sponsored champion buckles as well as our youth showmanship buckles. Those include 3M Electric, Lonesome Pines Ranch, John and Christy Randolph, Krista Cattle Company, Lewis and Jason Krista, Impact Fire Services of Austin, Texas, Cactus Rose Longhorns, Danny and Mary Lou Russell, Triple R Ranch, Robert and Kim Ritchie, 2 Bar 2 Ranch, Stan and Pat Ivacek, Callahan's General Store of Austin, Texas, Rancho Dos Niños, Jeremy, Tina, Christopher, and Patrick Johnson, Blue Ridge Ranch, Mr. John Marshall. Thank you to our belt buckle sponsors.
if there's anything I could do with this cow, we already made a comment. Let's put some more horn on her. Man, she just is really pretty feminine from where the show competitors got the halter on her all the way down to the top side, to the back side. She blends really nice. Standing there, I even let these heavier bred cows stand there for just a little bit. It's a trick I do to see if they're going to drop a little bit. And even when the show lady takes off the stick, it doesn't drop. It stays right there. So she's got a really strong back. She's put together fine. So this will be your champion senior cow. We'll bring the second place out of this class up behind, and we'll see how she competes with the other three. I tell you what, she came out by herself in that class, and you put her in here, boy, she stepped up real quick in my book. I think she is just one powerful little heifer walking out here, a young cow. She's feminine all the way through. Anything that I would do with her was clean her up less in her throat a little bit, but man, you start blending her down from that shoulder down to the top and the back and bottom, and I'm looking at her, she is really nice put together. Today, I could not give the champion. I had to give it to the older cow just because of the actually got in the femininity qualities. Okay, the older cow just pulled out a little femininity. But talk about a beautiful headset. Look at the old girl pattern here. That's rare for us to find. You got a good animal there, young lady. Let's give these guys a round of applause.
Thank you, Judge. Your reserve senior champion haltered female today goes to entry number 552, TL Gypsy, exhibited by Tenny Leopard, owned by Stephen Head. Your senior champion haltered female today goes to entry number 559, HD Pollyanna, exhibited by Cindy Dennis, owned by George and Cindy Dennis. We'll now move into our grand champion haltered female drive. We'll bring in our junior champion and our senior champion to compete for grand champion.
Now what we did is we brought out your top 2 class winners here. This is your junior champion, and I hope we can kind of see what I've been looking at trying to put together for today. They brought me some decent animals and some really good animals, in fact, for me to walk through here and do my judging on and my criteria. We got 2 that really, in my opinion, pull up the femininity qualities of this herd. You got a black and white stock animal sitting here, then you got a red and white. Nice lying strong backs, good clean underside, nice put together in the front, all 4 on the ground. They come back on the back side, take it on the back all the way down to the hocks and to the feet. Behind them, they're really boxed in. They're really pretty. They're angled really good for Longhorns. I like the depthness of their ribs. I like their belly putting together and just how they blend. So let me walk through here and we'll get you a grand champion here pretty quick. We're going to put this cow as grand champ. She just really comes up here with a lot of femininity today. I just, again, anything I do is give her small horn, but she really pulls it all the way down for me. So we're going to give her a grand champ. We're going to come back with his second class presenter here. This little grooey one, we'll slide her behind and we'll see what we do with this presentation. About to go to sleep on you, huh? Sir? About to go to sleep on you, huh? Slow. There you go. This will be reserved. This little girl you have for here, she's, I can't talk a lot much more out here because she's just really nice. Her, compared to the black and white was in here, she just got a lot stronger back on her. She comes with a better tail head set. And when I talk about tail head set, I'm talking about how straight it comes off between her hips here and sets right on the back. We want a little bump back here. That's what Longhorn breeds want. That helps them with their having babies and actually getting bred. She just really put together, especially from here on the back. And that's where a lot of animals start losing it. And today she's put together. So that'll be reserved. Thanks. Give these guys a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Your reserve grand champion haltered female today goes to entry number 552, TL Gypsy, exhibited by Tenny Leopard, owned by Stephen Head. Your grand champion haltered female today goes to entry number 559, HD Pollyanna, exhibited by Cindy Dennis, owned by George and Cindy Dennis. That will now move us into our Class 16 mature females. These are females born in 2008 through 2011. There are no entries in Class 17, so that will make the winner of Class 16. They will also be your grand champion haltered mature female, and the second place in Class 16 will serve as your reserve grand champion haltered mature female. Attention in the barn, all open haltered bulls. Please start making your way to the make ready area. We'll begin with class 20. It'll be a single entry class, move right into class 21 and 22. All open haltered bulls, please start making your way to the make ready area.
This 564 entry here, she's got a little baby calf that's 3 days old. And that's pretty phenomenal to have that where she's docile, she's in shape, she's carrying herself really well. And you look at the femininity qualities of even carrying her all the way through with her, from her cheek all the way down her shoulders, top line, bottom line. You get down to her udder and to her bag, and she's not over full, and she hasn't been drained. Nice, good, clean 4 quarters. I like the teat size really, really well. I like the way she pulls in her capacity of her structure all the way down to that bag, and the bag is hanging just really, really well with her. All 4 feet on the ground. She's really, really pretty. We come back into the second place, the heifer here, our cow. We get a little older in stock here, and you see how much thicker and broodier they get in here. But if you look at the second place compared to the first, she's carrying it with them up in front. She's carrying a little bit heavier. Her bag is not as tight as the other. I like to clean her up a little bit underneath the belly. I also like to, on the back side with her hindquarters, she carry capacities pretty well, but she just kind of swaying just a little bit. She's just giving a little bit up in her age. Also up in the brisket, she's getting a little bit pushed back up on top of the shoulders. But we'll look at that compared to the first. And the femininity quality, she just give it up a little bit more in the femininity than the one in the first place. We come in the third place. This cow, she's getting thick, she's big. We'll also look up at her brisket, and that brisket from her front shoulders up into that upper third neck and the lower, getting a little bit more capacity, a little more brisket than we like. She got a lot of volume, and she's really deep in her gut, like a lot of mass in her ribs, which is good. She has a lot of groceries. Today, she just gives it up down in the femininity qualities that I'm looking for in the first and second place. We bring into the third. We start looking at the same thing with the femininity qualities of it. Nice head set, nice ear set, nice set of horns on her. She's giving just a little bit up in the sway in the back, in the mid-back area. We start washing her when she walks. She's a little heavy up in front with her legs. She's got carrying a lot of capacity, a lot of weight in that first shoulder, and she's a little extended out there in that shoulder in her brisket. So we put her in the 4 hole today. Let's give these guys a nice round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 16 mature females. In first place, entry number 564, PLR Pearl's Paradise, exhibited by Catherine Morris, owned by Randy and Catherine Morris. In second place, entry number 565, Something Else 210, exhibited by Tenny Leopard, owned by Catherine Leanne Head Juno. In third place, entry number 567, High Fives Dream Catcher, exhibited by Cody Heimelreich, owned by Cody Heimelreich. In fourth place, entry number 566, Sand Dollar Carmen, exhibited by Timothy Phillips, owned by Timothy Phillips. There were no entries in Class 17, so your open mature female show grand champion haltered female today will be PLR Pearl's Paradise, exhibited by Catherine Morris, owned by Randy and Catherine Morris. Your reserve grand champion haltered mature female today will be entry number 565, Something Else 210, exhibited by Tenny Leopard, owned by Catherine Leanne Head Juno. That will complete our female open haltered show today. We'll move into our open haltered bull show. We'll start with our Class 20 bulls. These will be bulls born September to December of 2014. There will be one entry in Class 20. Class 21 be in the make-ready area. Class 22 be making your way to the make-ready area.
Well, we just went through the females. Now we're into the young men, and we got a little change. Now my bulls and my young men have got to look like bulls and like young men. We got to have a head capacity looking like that. We got to have a horn set. We sort of have to have the bulliness going and the muscle structure going in the neck and down into the shoulders. got to have a really long, good, strong top line, and it's got to finish out in a bully status that we're looking at doing. We want a nice clean sheath. We want the testicles hanging in the proper positions. We want 4 good feet all on the ground. We don't want them to turn with the feet turning in or turning out. We don't want the back hocks either laying out or going in too much, because these animals are for breeding, and they have to learn to what they call cover a cow, which means they have to propagate. So they have to do their job. So we look at all proportions when we're looking at these young men to make sure that we get that hopefully and have some stocks that we can continue the breeding of the Longhorn breed. So we got a single class entry here. As I was doing my talking, this is the first time this young man has stuck this calf today. My understanding, I think maybe stuck him totally. So he's been showing today. Cass, I think, is doing a really good job for being the first time out in the ring. Let's give this young man and this calf applause. He's done a good job. We'll bring you back in with some other stock and see how he places up. This will be your class winner. Thanks.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 20 bulls. In first place, entry number 568, Rusted Musket CP3, exhibited by Timothy Phillips, owned by Timothy Phillips. We'll now Class 21 bulls. These are bulls born July and August of 2014. Class 21 will be a single entry.
We got another single class entry here. So of course this makes it easy on me. This will be your class winner. This young man here, he's got really, really dark set of horns on him as you get close up to his horn set. Like the way those horns set in both close to his ears. He's got a nice structure in his head. He's a young man, 6, 7 months old. He's got a nice long straight back. He's got lots of time to grow. We'll bring it back in, see how it places up with the other guys from the other class. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 21 bulls. In first place, entry number 569, High Fives Heineken, exhibited by Cody Heimelreich, owned by Cody Heimelreich. That will now bring us to our Class 22 bulls. These are bulls born May and June of 2014. Class 22 will have 3 entries.
we came out this third class coming out here, this 570 bull. You got the male qualities that are really looking for on him. He's got a really nice long straight back. I like his tail head. I like the way he finishes out going down the back side. Underneath, if I could do anything to him, I'd clean up his sheath just a little bit. It's not too much, but if we're going to get picky, we can get picky there on that. Also in front with the dewlap where you're scratching, if I could do anything, I'd kind of clean it up too. But what a nice, pretty color he's got. He has all four hit the ground. I even asked a young man, I said, how long has the calf been laying or standing today? I look at his testicles, and if you're really looking at the breeding aspect, which we have to have testicles on a bull to breed, I was looking at that. As I stood him and I walked him and I went back and looked, they're starting to straighten out. Sometimes they'll get laid down and tight or tired, and we all get that. So there's not enough for me today to hole. So we're going to leave him right where he's at in the first. Good head set with him. I like the structure of his head. I like the structure of his muzzle. So he's sitting in first hole. Second hole here. Nice head set. I like the way those horns are laying back. He's got a good skull set up there. I like the way he blends in with his neck and shoulders. Got a lot of muscle. Drop his head down a little bit for me. There you go. You got that muscle going, that crown going good. Good shoulders on him. He just doesn't give me out the length that I'm looking for, and also on the bottom structure and the strength as I'm looking for in the first place bull with him. He gives up also a little bit in the back hind quarter, some with him. But he's got all four on the ground. Really good testicle growth with him. Not much more I can say in a negative on that. So thank you, sir. Appreciate that. We're bringing the third hole place up with this young black and white bull. Front quarter's doing really good. He gets from the first quarter back. He starts to lose it compared to the first and second place bull in the volume and the capacity. He's got the length and the bone structure. He's got the height coming off the ground. I just like to get him some more muscle mass from that time. There are 7 different bloodlines in this breed, and you get a mix and a potpourri of all that mix. Each one of these animals are not going to come out here and going to be the same this month or next month or next month or next month. And I learned that in my years of my daughter showing. So we have to place them as I see them today. And I'm not placing people, I'm placing animals. Because I don't know who the heck belongs to what. And I don't even look at the brands because I don't care about that. It's how the animal places itself today. So we'll put it on the third hole. Let's give these guys a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 22 bulls. In first place, entry number 570, General Lee 1, exhibited by Jorge Avalos, owned by Jorge Avalos. In second place, entry number 572, Leonardo SH, exhibited by Chris Lindsay, owned by Chris and Brandy Lindsay. In third place, entry number 571, DJL, Hombre Un La exhibited by Catherine Morris, owned by Randy and Catherine Morris. Following along in the program book, entry 570 was first, 571 was third, 572 was second. That will bring us now to our Class 23 bulls. These are bulls born March and April of 2014. All Class 24 bulls need to be in the make-ready area.
We've got a single entry in this class. Again, we're getting in that masculinity look that we're looking for on that. There's some other things and capacities that I'm watching as I do each one of these single entries because I want to get in my head and my brain and my memory when they come back out next time to make sure that we get their age and their class group comparable to the next one and one below that. Good volume on this bull. He's got a good head set on him, good demeanor. He got a really good, nice, pretty face, and his skull structures, like the way shoulders blend in. Single class entry. We're bringing it back in and see how it competes with the rest of the class. Thanks.
Thank you, Judge. Class 23 bulls. In first place, in 74, High Fives Bushwhacker, exhibited by Cody Heimelreich, owned by Cody Heimelreich. That brings us to our Class 24 bulls. These are bulls born January and February of 2014. Following the Class 24, we'll move into our Class 25, which will be our Junior Champion Haltered Bull Drive.
Again, you get animals of this quality coming in here in their first and second, and sometimes first, second, and third. You got to just start pulling them down and pulling them apart and seeing where it's good. And in an overall blend and putting it all together, this 577 bull pulls it out for me in the capacity. If you get up from the head going down in the first quarters, these first two bulls are really, really good in both of them. One's got a little bit more muscle, but he's got more crown than the other one. So you blend those out, they kind of balance. When I start getting back and get really nitpicky, I start looking at this last third to quarter from here to the back and coming down this way. If you look at this young man here, he's got a little bit more length. He's got more depth down on that flank and down into the ribs. You get on top, he pulls it just a little bit more out, coming all the way back to the back side compared to the second place bull. But excellent bull, so he'll be your first class winner here. We got this bull here. Just compare some out. That's the only thing I'm really looking at. Other testiculars were good. You look at the sheath was good. I like the front quarters. It's just getting on the top side and finishing them up on the back, going down the blade. It could be water, could be feed. One travel more than the other, but as they stand here today, that's what I got to place him. I like the head on him. He's got a really nice head set. Got really nice tight ears right on top of those horns, on below those horns, and I mean it's tight. And you look at his crown, they're equal all the way through, a good-looking young bull. We had to put him in the second hole day. Third hole comes in with his darker colored bull. Nice head set on him. I just like to go ahead and kind of clean him up a little bit under the neck. I like to kind of thicken him up a little bit in the ribs and down into the gut. As they get on top, he also loses a little bit more in the second place bull, coming in from the ribeyes coming back down the backside, down the flank. And on the backside, I'll watch him walk a little bit. He's got just a little bit of weakness compared to the other two bulls. And that is a nice looking young bull. We'll see how it frames out when laying on the road with more groceries on him. Okay? We follow the class up with this 578 bull, black and white young man. Nice long straight back on him. He just gives up today in volume and in capacity and cleanliness. He's got some really good structure to him. Give him some more groceries, see how he plans out, because compared to the other three here today, we got to put him in the fourth hole. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 24 bulls. In first place, entry number 577, High Fives Bootlegger, exhibited by Taylor Morgan, owned by Cody Heimelreich. In second place, entry number 575, High Fives Papa Top Again, exhibited by Cody Heimelreich, owned by Cody Heimelreich. In third place, entry number 576, TL Fenway, exhibited by Chris Lindsay, owned by Chris and Brandy Lindsay. In fourth place, entry number 578, Blitzens Express, exhibited by Alex Rivera, owned by Dennis and Judy Urbanke. Following along in the program book, entry number 575 was second, 576 was third, 577 was first, 578 was fourth. That brings us now to our junior champion haltered bull drive. We'll bring in the first place winners from each of our previous classes to compete for the junior champion haltered bull.
We're going to put this bull as your junior champion bull. We're going to place him. We got more, right, out of here? Second place out of that class? Yeah, here he comes. This young man will be the reserve. When you look at this grand champion here, this bull, and what I did, I looked at him compared to the second one here. And my concerns with the second one is that his height right now, the bone length in his legs. And I look at that compared to the one in front of him and the one behind him. If you take that leg off and put carcass to carcass side by side, he's massive. He's got muscle all the way down the back side. He's stocky. He's four on the floor. He's got four-wheel drive. Wonderful. The only concern I've got was that. And I watched it, and I watched him walk. And also when he's walking, he's got a lot of gut going there, and he wants to pull that leg out a little bit, kind of like I hate to say the duck walk, just a little bit. And I was watching that. And I have to be picky. You guys give me this kind of stock, I got to start nicking and diming everything, okay? So that'll be reserved. This grand champion reserve bull here, he's just got some length to his legs. I like the way he's strong back. He blends in really good. He's got some really good crown on him. He's masculine coming all the way down. He comes with the back. He doesn't have too much muscle. I like the height of his legs and the length of his legs coming up. So that's how we place him today. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Your reserve junior champion haltered bull today goes to entry number 574, High Fives Bushwhacker, exhibited by Cody Heimelreich, owned by Cody Heimelreich. Your junior champion haltered bull today goes to entry number 577, High Fives Bootlegger, exhibited by Taylor Morgan, owned by Cody Heimelreich. That now moves us into our senior bulls. We'll start off with Class 27. These are bulls born September to December of 2013. There will be 2 entries in Class 27. Class 28 and 29 need to be in the make-ready area.
hold them right there. 2, 1. We're going to place them as they're standing right here. I'm going to do this red and white bull in the front. Man, look at the horns and look at the leg, like a fighter jet plane coming off that thing. And for those of you who have been Longhorn breeders or haven't been there a long time, haven't done some studying, you look at this bull's horns. They're not oval all the way around, not circle. They're actually what we call all ribboning. They're kind of getting a flat and elongated at the bases. Some animals have that. You see this bull in the black and white one. Looks like you cut an orange in half. He's circular. This one up front doesn't have that. Looks like a football cut in half, okay? That's some old blood sticking back in there coming out. He's going to be a lot wide and laying out there. But a good head set, a lot of horn growth. Ears are really, I like his head structure, how straight he is in the back, coming from the backside down onto his rump. Testicles are hanging nice and clean, got a good sheath, and it got a good up front. Anything I like to do is maybe clean up a little bit of the front throat slatch a little bit, going down the brisket. He stands all full on the ground really well. He'll be a class winner. Second bull coming, the black and white bull. He's got, we'd like to clean that sheath up a couple of inches if we could do it. We'll also get a lot more mass and girth and overall growth up in his shoulders, going down to his ribs, into his gut, and carrying all the way down through some muscle mass and some strength the backside. He's got really good bone in him. He's really thick. He's tall off the ground. I also like to kind of clean and strengthen up that back just a little bit on him too. Other than that, we've got good 2 bulls. We'll place first and second in this class. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 27 bulls. In first place, entry number 579, CR Gorgeous Gaw, exhibited by Casey Ging, owned by Cactus Rose Longhorns. In second place, entry number 580, PLR Smoke Signal, exhibited by Catherine Morris, owned by Randy and Catherine Morris. That'll bring us to our Class 28 bulls born May to August of 2013. There will be 2 entries in Class 28.
We're going to place these 2 bulls just as they're standing. We're going to do this black and white bull here in the first in this class. You got to really appreciate this top line on this bull. He goes from his head all the way back to his tail head, and he's straight, he's strong, he's balanced, he's squared. He's not too wide on top, on back, or on the shoulders. Nice blend. You watch him when he walks, his muscle is rippling. He's got it on his shoulder, he's got it back in his flank, and you can see when he stands and walks, that muscle tightens up, and it's equal and balanced on both sides. Nice clean under. If I do anything, I kind of clean up his sheath a little bit, maybe a little bit up in the brisket, but he's got some room to grow. Man, I like the way he finishes out on the backside, coming back down to his hocks. We get the second place bull. Wonderful heads on horns on him. Look at the girth on that, look at the length going out side by side, the symmetrical. Really, really pretty face on him with the head set and horn set. Like the way he blends in from his neck down into the patellars and actually back to the first and second rib. When we get down into the flank area, he gives it up to the bull that went out in first place. Into that flank, go on the top side, and actually going back down to between his back of his legs and musculature. That gives up in the balance compared to the first bull. Other than that, we've got two really good specimens of breeding capacity here. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 28 bulls. In first place, entry number 581, KH Something Something, exhibited by Stephen Head, owned by Catherine Leanne Head, Juneau. In second place, entry number 582, Prince Kazar, exhibited by Alex Rivera, owned by Dennis and Judy Urbanke. That'll bring us to our Class 29 bulls. These are bulls born January of 2013. This is a single entry class. Following Class 29, we'll move into our senior champion haltered bull drive.
We've got a single entry in this class. Talk about a good volume bull, nice straight back, good front quarters, good rear quarters. If you watch him walk, he walks like he's walking on ice. He just walks soft, really soft. He'd sneak up behind you and probably give you a good lick, and you never know what came. Looking from the backside, he's big and wide and strong all the way down. Anything I like to do on him compared to anything else is looking at him, I like to get him a little bit more horn growth. Lift the lateral out a little bit or lay him out flatter. But other than that, we'll see how he does and competes with the other ones coming out. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 29 bulls. In first place, entry number 583, Swingin' Stars 2-ton, exhibited by Taylor Morgan, owned by Swingin' Star Ranch. That will bring us to our senior champion haltered bull drive.
That's 579 bull. You look at him, he's the smallest in the class. Now let's cut the horns off. Let's don't even look at that. I want to look at the front side of the shoulders. I want to look right between where the brisket is, and I want to take this bull back to the breeding angle for the cows, which is the tail hook, and bring that bull in the back. You start getting that 1 and 2 point thing I'm looking at and trying to knock it off, and then you put the horns on, and it knocks him up in the bracket. But the back bull, he's got a lot of volume, a lot of mass, and really good on him. I like to get his horns out. The bull in the middle, he's got lots of muscle. I like the way he's put together. I get up to the front quarters and going down from basically his throat down into the front feet. He didn't pull it out for me compared to this first one. So we're going to put this class as your champion. This one is 579. Thank you. Take out these two, yes? That's it, right? Looking for the reserve spot here, and there's one bull in here that just pulls out the some qualities here that as a breeder I look at, and there's one quality as a breeder that I wish we had more of. So as we stand here looking today, we look at some volume and capacity and length and some length of leg and how it's all put together, and there's one bull that just pulls it up a little bit more than the other bull, and we're going to put him in reserve. It'll be this big bull right here at the end. Anything I do with him, I'll give him some more horn, but if you get on him and look how he hits the ground, especially his front shoulders down to his feet, he pulls it out better in the flank there. I wish I could put a better tail set on him. I can't, but they're going to be reserve champion. Thank you much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Judge. Your reserve senior champion haltered bull today goes to entry number 583, Swingin' Stars 2-ton, exhibited by Taylor Morgan, owned by Swingin' Star Ranch. Your senior champion haltered bull today goes to entry number 579, Gorgeous George, exhibited by Casey Jing, owned by Cactus Rose Longhorns. We'll now move into our Grand Champion Haltered Bull Show. We'll bring in our junior champion to compete against our senior champion for Grand Champion.
We got two fine specimens of the Longhorn breeding stock in the bulls. You got one that's got really nice, good head base, and we talked about the horns and being ribbon and got a lot of length going out on the sides. And then you got one that comes in with a little bit more like better shoulder quality going up to his neck and his shoulders. And you start looking at the top line, and we want to make sure we have a good tail head coming in from those hips going back to where the tail sets into the top of the spine. And you want to have a bull that's got enough leg clearance at his age group off the ground so he can actually get a cover cow. We don't want a bull with too short of legs for his age or too long a leg for his age, because we don't want to either be too tall or too short for the cow that she's got to breed and try to stretch into. So all those capacities are looking at this bull, and the two that are sitting out in front of me, those are considerations that I'm looking at. Both of them have got really good testicular growth for their age, volume capacity for their age and their body style and where they're from. The bleeding of the bloodlines and the families we talked about before, taken consideration. So I'm going to step out here and one more little roundabout, and we'll pick you a bull. This young bull to me just pulled it out in the leg for his age. He was a little bit younger than the other one. But we look at the leg on him, and I look at the front chest capacity, and I look at the back end of him. Today is a stand. I wish I could put that horn there and vice versa, or basically swap bodies. I mean, that's how you want to look at it in a point system. But he pulls it out for me today in your breeding bulls. Thanks. Me, I'm not home. It's okay. Bye, baby. I told the young lady I was really impressed with her bull and told her the good points I saw and showed the weaknesses, and then I'll relay that to you. You start looking at the volume and capacity of this bull in front. He's younger, but you look at the horn where he's at and the age, and look at how strong and thick he is from the ears all the way back down to his tail head. Look at the volume capacity of his belly and his ribs, and he completes that down. He's got a good set of bones on him and his legs. I like the growth in him for even his age compared to here. You look at them size-wise, you put them side by side, they're almost the same height. And this bull's got a little bit more age on him. That's the only bigger, you got a massive horn here, but that'll be your reserve grand champion. Thank you guys, appreciate it.
Thank you, Judge. Your reserve grand champion haltered bull today goes to entry number 574. High Fives Bushwhacker, exhibited by Chris Lindsay, owned by Cody Heimelreich. Your grand champion haltered bull today goes to entry number 577. High Fives Bootlegger, exhibited by Cody Heimelreich, owned by Cody Heimelreich. Under our open group today, there are no entries in the Produce of Dam or the Get of Sire. So we're going to take a short 15-minute break to reset the arena, and then we will begin the ever-popular non-haltered Texas Longhorn show. So please stick around, or if you want to take a break, come back in about 15 minutes and join us for the non-haltered show. Exhibitors, you need to have your numbers on your non-haltered animal. The Freedom Show, all exhibitors, please have your numbers on your animals. Also, exhibitors, the prize table is going to be set up on the east side of the arena. That is the concession side of the arena, opposite of where the cattle are stalled. So if you are an exhibitor, please make your way to the east side of the arena. And the non-haltered show will pick up again in about 15 minutes. So we'll be trying to start at about 3:05. We do want to once again say thank you to the sponsors of Rodeo Austin. Austin Foam Plastics. Catch the live action on the big screen as presented by Austin Foam Plastics. Also, Holt Cat. Your trusted source for legendary Caterpillar construction equipment is Holt Cat. They sell, rent, support, these machines at over 30 locations in Texas. A big thank you to Holt Cat and to Austin Foam Plastics. We also would like to thank our buckle sponsors for the Texas Longhorn shows today. The champions have received buckles along with our youth showmanship winners. A big thank you to 3M Electric for their sponsorships. Lonesome Pines Ranch, John and Christy Randolph. Krista Cattle Company, Lewis and Jason Krista. Impact Fire Services of Austin, Texas. Cactus Rose Longhorns, Danny and Mary Lou Russell. Triple R Ranch, Robert and Kim Ritchie. 2 Bar 2 Ranch, Stan and Pat Ivacek. Callahan's General Store of Austin, Texas. Rancho Dos Niños, Jeremy, Tina, Christopher, and Patrick Johnson. Blue Ridge Ranch, Mr. John Marshall. Thank you to our buckle sponsors for helping make our show a success. We also want to say thank you to our open haltered show judge, Dr. Scott Kimball. Our ring steward, Brandon Hinkies. We do want to remind all of our open haltered and youth haltered champions, please have your photos taken at the official Austin Rodeo Austin backdrop. The professional photographer will be there at the Rodeo Austin backdrop. We do request all champions have your photo taken. Also, if you received a cash voucher as part of your winnings, please take those to the livestock office and cash them in. All vouchers need to be cashed in today before the livestock office closes. If you wait until tomorrow or later this evening, you will not be able to cash in your vouchers. Welcome back to Rodeo Austin's Texas Longhorn Show. We'll be starting our non-haltered show here in a few minutes. The pins have been set. They're clearing out the arena. Once we get the judge in, we'll begin with our first class of non-haltered Longhorns. We do want to remind you, if you win a ribbon or you are a champion, you need to go by the prize table that is situated in the stands on the east side of the arena. That would be the concession side of the arena. You'll need to go by and pick up your ribbons and prizes. For those of you who are not familiar with our non-haltered show, it's a little less than the traditional haltered. These cattle will come into the arena free, without halters on them, without a lead rope. The two gentlemen on the horses today, we've got Mr. Will Sefji from down in Gonzales County around Otteen, Texas, and Mr. Trey Hamlet from Caldwell County outside of Lockhart, Texas. Thank you to our ringmen helping out, our ring stewards. Our judge today is from Karnes City, Texas, Dr. Scott Kimball. He's been married for 21 years to his steady, beautiful girlfriend, now wife, Mackie. They have been extremely blessed to have one daughter, McKenna, who's enrolled at Texas A&M in Corpus Christi. He's been raising Texas Longhorn cattle with his family since 1981. They've shown non-haltered and haltered cattle since 1996. His family, Kimball Cattle Company, were the owners of WOW, the four-time Texas Longhorn Breeders Association of America World Grand Champion steer and three-time International Texas Longhorn Breeders Association of America National Championship steer. Unfortunately, we recently lost WOW KCC, the longtime favorite of all Longhorn breeders. Dr. Kimball has judged numerous Texas Longhorn shows from Texas to Oklahoma to Pennsylvania to Maryland, and included county to affiliate and national championship shows. Some of his favorite hobbies are hunting and fishing and tailgating, and his form of tailgating is watching cattle. Every show is a learning experience, and he loves the unique beauty and diversity of the Texas Longhorn cattle breed. Please welcome today's judge, Dr. Scott Kimball from Karnes City, Texas. Coming into the ring now will be your Class 1. These will be females born September to December of 2014. Class 1 is a single entry class. We also want to take this opportunity to say thank you to Austin Foam Plastics. Catch the live action on the big screen as presented by Austin Foam Plastics. Another sponsor here at Rodeo Austin this year is Holt Cat. Holt Cat is your trusted source for legendary Caterpillar construction equipment. Holt Cat rents, sells, and supports these machines at 30 locations across Texas. Thank you to our sponsors, Austin Foam Plastics and Holt Cat Caterpillar.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have been honored today from Rodeo Austin to be your judge today. I just got finished up with the open haltered. Now I'm doing the loose cattle. And you notice I'm not on horseback. I work my cattle without a horse, and I work them without a four-wheeler. It's all two-legged with me, PC pipe. So I'm a little bit better apt to sitting on the ground than that these cowboys on this horse is going to push the cows to me. In the ring right now, we have a single class entry. As you can tell, she's just really a crazy animal. As she runs around, she's looking for a gate to get out of. When we look at the young females here, for those who was in the watching the other show, you know I like my females to have female qualities, and that's actually in a breed herd also, especially the Longhorns. There are 7 different families in the Longhorn bloodline. Most of these cattle that are coming in here today will be a mix and potpourri of those. So one of my jobs is to understand those mixes of the breed and the families, so that we can look at these and make sure that these stock cattle here that we're looking at, the Longhorns, how they stand up with that Longhorn capacity and quality that we're looking for. The single entry we have today is a good example of a nice young female. We want to look at the horn capacity, the growth, how that horn is actually attaching to the skull itself. We want the ears tied up against that horn. We don't want them too far spaced apart because that's not within the Longhorn qualities and the breed that we're looking at. We like to have a longer muzzle with these stock animals down to the nose, and wants to kind of A-frame off if we look at the top of the horn down to the muzzle. And we want the femininity on these females, so they go to the cheeks, basically from the ears back to their shoulders, and we want that to be feminine. We want it to be smooth, not too bully looking, not too muscular. And then we want it to follow on down through the shoulder and the capacities all the way back down into the rib angles and into where that number is pasted on her top side or the rear. We want to have length of leg, and we want to have them when they move structurally and functionally. We want to make sure that they're nice, fluid, smooth walking animals. So we have a single entry here. There's a little bit of things I'll be looking at. As other animals come in, I'll be giving you some critiques and some wording I'll be using. I'll try to keep it not too much cattle talk and more person talk, and so we all can learn a little bit. And that's one of the things I do as a judge. I always like to come in and learn every time I judge, because each time you do that, it helps me be a better judge and a better cattle person as we go on. So this will be your first class entry here. She'll be her first place in this class. So we'll stick her in a whole spot and bring out some more. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 1 females today. First place goes to entry number 584, TH Cinnamon Twist, exhibited by Top of the Hill Ranch, owned by Dennis and Judy Urbanke. Once she's put into the pen and held for the first place animals, we'll move into Class 2. Class 2 will be females born July and August of 2014. There will be 3 entries in this class. We do want to remind our exhibitors that the prize table for ribbons and prizes is set up on the east side of the arena. This will be the side where the concession stand and the livestock office are. If you are a winner, you need to pick up your vouchers and your ribbons. And if you do get a voucher, please take it to the livestock office and redeem it, as once the livestock office closes, it will be closed for the evening and will not reopen tomorrow. So please cash in your vouchers today if you receive one.
We got 3 in this class. So we're going to start out with your first place heifer. Is this one in the back that's 587. We're going to put her first in the class. Looking at the femininity qualities of them, if you can kind of just eye her out, you notice that how the muscle and the smoothness she has actually from her shoulders going to the top line. She's got a good back straight back as it goes down from where the number is taped down onto back behind her hocks going down to the back side of her muscle. If you get to behind her, you watch her when she moves away from you. She's got good muscle capacity, and you watch her when she moves strong, she moves firm, and there she goes, she's standing right there. Good top side, you got a good small bottom side on her, straight, and I like the femininity quality. She's smooth and she's refined as she comes through. The second place heifer we're going to put in here is this 585. You look at her, the musculature and the capacity she has compared to the 586 heifer. You notice that she's from the back side, how much fuller muscle capacity she has. You look at the rib and also look up on the shoulder. She's just got that midline capacity we're looking for to put in the second hole. We'll follow up with a 586 heifer here. Really nice color on this heifer. She's got a really long, straight, long back. She just needs a little bit more in the muscular capacity today, a little bit thickness and more muscle growth in the backside going down from her hooks and her pins, which are back in her waist, going down it would be. And we want to give a little bit more growth up there and some more muscle capacity up into that neck area and get her more feminine, more smooth, and a little bit more refined compared to the other two. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 2 females. In first place, entry number 587, Kettle Pop, exhibited by Lonesome Pines Ranch, owned by John R. and Christy Randolph. In second place, entry number 5, TH Morning Star, exhibited by Top of the Hill Ranch, owned by Dennis and Judy Urbanke. In third place, entry number 586, TP Jace's Girl, exhibited by Bob Coffey, owned by Bob Coffey. In the ring now, we have our Class 3 females. These are females born May and June of 2014. There are 2 entries in Class 3.
One of the most difficult things in judging Longhorn is that we don't have a solid all black animals or red or white. They're all different sizes and shapes for their age capacity and their aging and where they're at in the ring. So I have to look and want to make sure that I'm not seeing differences because of color patterns, and that happens out here on these lights, especially when they're moving so much. So when I give my time, I want to make sure I give each animal adequate enough study to make sure I'm not seeing anything that's hidden, or maybe that the lights are not showing me. So right now we're going to go ahead and place this little orange or white heifer that's looking at me straight out here. We're going to give her in first place out of this class. We start looking again at the correctness of this animal. Got a nice head set on her, which is how the horns are going in. They're really growing really nice. Ears are tight. I like how the femininity of her, from her throat and her neck, blend into her shoulders and go up into her first and second ribs. We carry that capacity down, going into her ribs and on her gut, falling all the way back down into her rump. When she walks away from you, you can see that from the tail head down there between her knees and the back, her hocks, how the muscles and how nice and full that is going down by her udder. Now compared to this another heifer here, we got nice horn growth on her. She got nice horn set. I like her fascia and her structure. I just like to get a little bit more femininity and not be so coarse up into the throat area, up into the to blend in a little bit better going down into the shoulder capacity and the first and second rib. We've got a nice long straight back on her, got a nice tail set, but we're just losing the volume capacity, and it's 588 compared to the one above. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. The results are your Class 3 females. In first place, entry number 589, Kettle Lily, exhibited by Lonesome Pines Ranch, owned by John R. and Christy Randolph. In second place, entry number 588, A.K. Denali, exhibited by Bob Coffey, owned by Coffey Sims Partnership. That'll move us into our Class 4 females. These will be females born March and April of 2014. There will be 3 entries in Class 4.
Let me see if I can remind myself to slow down when I speak and be a little bit more punctuating when I talk. We're going to start this class off here with the 592 heifer, the one that's furthest away from me, that's budding the black one. We look at her, and we're going to put her as first. We're going to do the 591 as second, and then the black heifer as third. So that way you can kind of see a 1, 2, and a 3, and kind of keep up with my decision and my explanation. As you see in the 592 heifer, I want to look at the really good visual deciding factor is basically from the top side of a mid of her back. You take it back to where her tail is and come down to the floor where her feet are. You look at the volume, the capacity that this animal has by muscle structure and also by skeletal structure and how she carries herself. She's very strong from her shoulders back to that back where the tag is, carrying it down to the floor. Now you see them side by side there. You see the other heifer in the middle. She's got a little bow right there, right at that hip. So we kind of could just put that down a little bit in points. And also you look at her flank, the one that's closest to us here. She doesn't have enough strength in her flank, which is back to where her waist is, that compared to the one in first. So then we talked about the second place heifer. Now let's go to the third. Little black there. We like to get a little bit more femininity, a little more fullness and completeness going from her chin down into her front of her shoulders. Got a nice long straight back, but when she stands her a little bit, you'll start to see it bow a little bit. She's got a little weakness in her back. We also like to go and balance her out underneath too, to get an underneath kind of, you want a long rectangle look on her. If we look at her back side, we notice that her knees kind of, she can slide in together a little bit. That could be some because she doesn't have as much growth as everybody else does. But we look at her, and especially when she moves, you look right where her waist would be, and you start seeing she kind of sways back on that back side. And that's not the most, we want favorability here. So we're going to place them that way as 592 is 1, 591 is 2nd, and 590 is 3rd.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 4 females. In first place, 592, Electra's Honey, exhibited by Lonesome Pines Ranch, owned by John R. and Christy Randolph. In second place, entry number 591, BRR, Becca's Charm, exhibited by Bubba Boyer, owned by John Marshall. In third place, entry number 590, TP Stella Dallas, exhibited by Bob Coffey, owned by Bob Coffey. That will bring us to our Class 5 females. Class 5 females are females born January and February of 2014. There will be entries in this class. If you're following along in the program book, entry number 595 is out. 595 is a scratch.
Okay, we've got 3 entries in this Class 5. We're going to start out with a 594 heifer. 594 heifer is the one standing right there looking at that horse. She's pointing at it right there. She's mostly white, got some black ears and a red and black muzzle standing right here. Look at that pretty headset and horn set she's got on her. Really feminine as she comes back down off of her jawline, from her ear down into her neck and her shoulders, and we complete that down with a muscle and the balance as it goes down almost halfway down into her loin where her hips are at. When she walks strong on top, got a really nice tail head set, and that's where the tail actually connects into the spine. We got a little hook back there, and that's very favorable for breeders and Longhorn. We want to look at that because that helps them propagate, which is receive a bull and have babies. We took that muscle growth and structure down from the tail head back down into where her knees would be, and is really full and nice and complete. So this heifer here, compared to these other two, she pulls in a better package for me today. She's a nice, pretty little heifer. So put her in the first hole. Second hole is the other black and white one, way on. Here she comes to my left. She's bringing up the rear here with her tail sticking out. We're going to put her in the second hole spot. And we get them all sitting up here. You look at the volume capacity she has. I wish she was a little bit more feminine up into her jawline and back into her shoulders and up into the brisket a little bit. But you start bringing that back and looking at the points coming in from behind, she just brings in a better complete package for me as the mass of the muscle tissue, and also looking at the chest wall and down into the gut. And then we bring in the last of the class, this little heifer out here. She's really nicely feminine up in front. I like to just give her a little bit better of a blend up into her shoulders, back into her ribs, and then complete that out all the way out through. She gives it up where her 3 spots are, her 4 spots on her rump on this side. As you bring that muscle down into that leg, we like to complete that, and then if you look behind her, where that tail hangs, we want that muscle structure to kind of go down a little bit fuller and broader in the back too, compared to the other two in the front. So that's how we place them, first, second, and this little heifer here will be third.
Results of your Class 5 females. In first place, entry number 594, Kettlebell, exhibited by Lonesome Pines Ranch, John R. and Christy Randolph. In second place, entry number 596, Moon Shadow 2, Jorge Avalos was the exhibitor, owned by Crystal A. Avalos. In third place, entry number 593, Chase Rio 44, exhibited by 2 Bar 2 Ranch, owned by Pat and Stan Ivacek. That'll now bring us into our junior champion non-haltered female drive. We'll bring in the first place winners from class 1 through 5 to compete for junior champion.
For those of you who may have come in a little later than when I first opened up my little speech, again, we're looking at females here, and we're looking at young females, teenagers, and we want to make sure that these young teenage cattle represent a female quality, which is also looking at how feminine and that we're looking at. And I don't want them to be too coarse. I don't want them to be really too refined. I want a nice, smooth, blended animal. When you look at her, you can tell that she's a female. And so we're going to this what a junior champion heifer here. We're going to get her to 592. This is the one that's closest to me, that's got her tail wagging. You look at her, and she exhibits that today for me, is the femininity and the nice quality that she has compared to the other four that are in here as she walks towards you. All these nice wild cattle. This one right here, she's got a nice headset. You look at her face compared to the black one that's right beside her. She's just got more femininity to her. She's got a nice and smooth femininity going down into her neck, and the way it blends into her neck and her shoulders. She carries that on the top side, and on the bottom side she's got a good navel. Look at her back and where the little teats are going to be, where the calf will be nursing. I like the way they're setting. I like the way they punctuate, which is how they point. I like that capacity, look on the backside. And I also like to look at all the breeding apparatuses we're looking at from the backside, and nice tail head set. So enough said about her. I think you can tell I kind of like her. That says 592. She'll be your reserve junior champion female.
Your junior champion non-haltered female today goes to entry number 592, Electra's Honey, exhibited by Lonesome Pines Ranch, owned by John R. and Christy Randolph. We'll now bring in the second place winner out of Class 4, entry number 591.
We're going to put that 594, that black and white heifer, it's in the back. We're going to put her in that reserve spot. If I could do anything with her, I like to go and feminize her more up in the smoothest up in her head structure, going down into her shoulder until about 6 inches behind her front shoulder. She's really strong, powerful. She's got a really good tail set compared to the rest of them that are in here. She just slides that second slot as our grand champion did in here today, and you see them standing right in the back there. So that'll be your champion in the first and your reserve of the black and white one in the back. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Your reserve junior champion non-haltered female today goes to entry number 594, Kettlebell, exhibited by Lonesome Pines Ranch, owned by John R. and Christy Randolph. And again, your junior champion today, entry number 592, Electra's Honey, exhibited by Lonesome Pines Ranch, owned by John R. and Christy Randolph. That will move us into our Class 8 females. These are females born September to December of 2013. There will be 3 entries in Class 8.
So how many of you guys in the stands, this is the first time that you've ever seen Longhorns being shown? Raise your hand. Come on, show me some height. Oh, you're full of it, John. Come on, show me, because I want to know what's up there. So basically everybody's here Longhorn breeders. You're from A&M. Is that the colors I'm looking at? That's all right. We'll take you. We got to feed them first, baby. We got to feed them before we hook them. All right. And again, as I walk on the ground at these, because I used to be up there a lot and looking down, and there's a total different visual look we're looking at. But as we look at these animals, they're standing sideways. I want you to look at the bigger heifer in front compared to the heifer behind. We're going to talk about where the hips are at, going back to the tail set, where the tail hooks into the spine, and I want to cover that back down the back side. If I really get critiquing on these animals as I'm looking at them, the first one, boy, she's really nice and fit, and she's smooth, and she's really feminine, nice and pretty. But I start looking at the back side of that apparatus, and I look at how she's going to be a pasture animal out in the country, and I like the breeding capacity and the look and the anatomy of the 589 heifer and the femininity qualities of not having too much skin and dewlap underneath her throat compared to the one right in front of her. There's a lot of mass and volume and quality in the front, but I like this little light heifer here to my left walking, so we're going to put her in first in this class. We're going to follow her up with this one looking at me right here. We look at her where she's looking at me. She's got a nice pretty headset, nice pretty color to her. I just like to go ahead and clean her up a little bit more up in the throat a little bit, and also like to go ahead on the back side. She's sloping just a little bit on the back side. And if you look down at the vulva, which is where the receiver end is going to be for the bull, we notice that it's just a little bit higher up. It doesn't give me enough volume and mass that we're looking for to give me more security compared to the 598. Now this little heifer that's right here, boy, she's got some horn on her. She's a little more rough and coarse. She hasn't had as much groceries. I'm sure she's loved like everybody else has been loved. But today in the show quality that we're looking at, and when she gives me her, she just gives it up in a little bit of a structural walking difference with me, which is basically from the back side, her kind of her knees and hocks get together, and the volume capacity as we come in, we blend and do the femininity from her jawline back into her shoulders. And so that's how we're going to place them. We're going to place in the middle one first. The 599 is second, the one close to you guys, and the 597 is third. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. The results of Class 8 in first place, entry number 598, CR Little Butterbean, exhibited by Danny and Mary Lou Russell, owned by Cactus Rose Longhorns. In second place, entry number 599, Jama Fudge, exhibited by Lonesome Pines Ranch, owned by John R. and Christy Randolph. In third place, entry number 597, Elbow Room, owned by Bob Coffey, exhibited by Bob Coffey. That will move us to our Class 9 females. These are females born May to August of 2013. Class 9 will be a single entry class.
This is when a judge knows that he can't go wrong. You got a single class entry. Nice white with some red marking heifer that's coming out here. You notice that we get a little bit older in some age group. We get a little bit longer leg on them. We get a bit longer on the body and the torso. Hornship capacity should be a little longer. She's good little heifer. We just don't have any competition to place her up any higher or lower where she's at, but she'll stand in her class because she's single entry. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 9 females. In first place, entry number 600, AF Ruby, exhibited by R2 Ranch, owned by Pat and Stan Ivacek. Class 10 has no entries. The program book does list 2, but they were moved into the youth show, I believe, so those 2 entries are not correct in Class 10. There are no entries in Class 10. That will move us to Class 11. Class 11 will be females born in the year 2012. There will be 3 entries in Class 11.
We got 3 entries in this class, and one walks out here, and boy, she's got some horn on her. She's putting some lateral horn. But as we keep on looking, and that'll oversight a lot of people, will go look at her, and they want these Longhorn cattle. That is true. That is definitely our Longhorn cattle. But one of the toughest things that we do is we have to deal with the structure, and I can get horn on cattle quicker than I can get a correct structure. I'll get a cow that's got a lot of horn and faulty structure. She'll pass that thing on forever and ever and ever and ever. But if I can get a cow that's got really good structure, I can put a good bull and clean her up, and I can put some horn on them. May take me 2 breedings, but I can get it done. So, as knowing as I'm a breeder in the stock, I have to start looking at the capacity of the femininity and the structure, and looking at how the breeding capacity of that animal is going to be. So we're going to start over here. This red and white cow right back here. She's 605. She just you just take off the head on this animal and look at everything else. She's just got the femininity I'm looking for. You look at the straight back she's got, the bottom side. You take it all the way from the tail head. I like the way the reproduction angles on the back. Fall 4 on the floor. She just pulls it. I wish I could put that headset on there, and then we'd have one marketable cow. But we don't do that. That's just not the way it goes. We're going to follow up, and the second place is a 604 animal. 604 animal, she competes just up with this one here, and with her volume capacity that she carries today. Now let's go to this big horn animal. What I'm looking at is when she starts moving and standing and walking, she's just getting a little bit unfeminine up from her mid-neck to her shoulders. And if you watch that coming on an unfeminine, coming back off that shoulder to the about back ribs, you notice she starts having a little bit of a sway back. Now, I don't like to pawn terms, but maybe you guys can understand. It gets to be a little steery looking. And that's where I want that femininity and that fullness to go all the way through. So other than that, that's how we're going to look at them. Nice set of entries coming in here. Nice different set all the way through. So let's give a round of applause to the exhibitors who brought these animals. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 11 females. In first place, entry number 605, High Five Southern Belle, exhibited by Cody Heimelreich, owned by Cody Heimelreich. In second place, entry number 604, Anchor T Cattle, exhibited by Lindsay Parrish, owned by Lindsay Parrish. In third place, entry number 603, 7 Bar Brandy's Heaven, exhibited by Bubba Boyer, owned by John Marshall. That will move us to our Class 12 Senior Champion Non-haltered Female Drive. We'll bring in the first place winners from our previous classes to compete for the Senior Champion.
As I walk out through here and look at these, I want to give each one of them the availability to stand for me so I can check them out and look. And I go from the head, shoulders back to the tail set. And there's some markings up in there, there's some markings down, and I have to understand that these animals in this division here, we're going to make sure that they can be all around good, receiving cattle for the bull, being marketable for their headset and frame. And again, as I look at the two white ones here, they just give up a little bit too much for me in the back half of their bodies and their structure, and a little bit of sway back and areas. So even if this cow here, she's had a lot of groceries on her, she's been fed a long time, probably more than the other two. But if you look at the total correctness of the femininity size and looking at the frame structure, again, I wish I'd take those horns off and put this little white heifers or the other ones on her and get them stretched out. Can't do that. But as she stands there side today, you have to look and really appreciate from the other two just the straight line back, the mass we got, the cleanliness, and the full balance we have on the female. So she's going to be your 605 is going to be your senior champion female.
Thank you, Judge. Your senior champion non-haltered female today goes to entry number 605, High Five Southern Belle, exhibited by Cody Heimelreich, owned by Cody Heimelreich. We'll now bring in number 604 to compete for reserve senior champion.
And this other cloud that just came in, I'm going to I studied the other two white ones really, really tight and to balance them out and see where I'm at, and put this 604 cow in here and see if she's going to take over and place one out or knock one down or split him in the middle. And as I look at that, we're going to put her in your reserve. She's just got the broodiness I'm looking and the cleanliness for a cow that's going to receive a bull and produce a calf on the ground. It's getting back to the back hips, going out into the tail head, going on the back side. Other than that, you're pretty compatible all the way through. Some got more groceries than others in them, but we're going to put that black and white cow as your reserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Your reserve senior champion non-haltered female today goes to 604, Anchor T. Catalina, exhibited by Lindsay Parrish, owned by Lindsay Parrish. And again, your senior champion non-haltered female today goes to entry number 605, High Five Southern Belle, exhibited by Cody Heimelreich, owned by Cody Heimelreich. We'll now move into our grand champion non-haltered female class. We'll bring in our junior champion and our senior champion to compete for the grand champion.
So while we got a little change out of the pins, let's give Rodeo Austin a round of applause. Let's give these guys on the horses and in the back and all the showers, because it takes an incredible amount of feed, time, washing, fitting, cutting, toes getting stepped on, fingers getting smashed, tears, frustration to listen to a judge like me do what I have to do. And one thing about it, I've been out here and I've done it. I know what the feeling is, and I'm just an opinion. That's all I am, with opinion. Yeah, I'm just an opinion sitting out here today, and so don't take it to heart. Everybody's going to take their animal home like I did. We're going to love them like I did, and I still have them at the house. So let's give these guys a round of applause in the back and the pins everywhere, because they've done a heck of a show. What a beautiful day that God's given us. And we'll let these guys get these animals cut out so we can get on. I think that announcer to now prizes up here, the first and second place, that's Steven, isn't it? I think you've done a good job. You ought to be a radio announcer, cowboy. Let's give him a round of applause. He's stuck out here all day today. Thank you, Steven.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. Going to move into our grand champion non-haltered female. Remember, if you did win a ribbon or a prize, please go by the prize table. It is on the east side of the arena in the stands. That's the concession side of the stands or the livestock office side of the stands. Please go by and see them. If you did win a voucher, please take it to the livestock office and have it redeemed. Thank you.
There's a little bit of age group difference in this little heifer that's standing right beside me and this older one that's coming up. Again, I talked about femininity, and you look at both of them, and they just really just expose that to me for their age groups and where they're at. Looking at the capacity for the breeding program and the breeding essentials that both these animals have gotten, and there's one that steps up a little bit better than the other one. One is a little bit more feminine and cleaner in the throat slash, and the other one, and as I'm looking, I look at one side as what I could do capacity-wise, and to take one of these home and improve her and put her in my patch, or do I sit there and I look at the other aspect, and I have to go with what my job is today. I have to place what I see here walking, not what I think I can do with them out in the pasture. So as we deal with that today, the one in my book has got the best femininity, the best structure, the best walking, all the way with 4 on the floor is your 605 cow. She just got the femininity all the way through. I wish I could put some more horn on her, but that's not in the books today. But she just really essentially look at all the qualities I'm looking for. She's going to be your grand champion female on the 605.
Thank you, Judge. Your grand champion non-haltered female today goes to entry number 605. High Fives Southern Belle, owned by Cody Heimelreich, exhibited by Cody Heimelreich. We'll now bring in entry number 604 to compete for the reserve grand champion non-haltered female.
Now we put these two animals side by side, and there's one that stands out to me that's got the more favorable, in my opinion, and the more correct from the hips back into the tail head, going back down into the breeding apparatus, as we want to try to clean up, claw that for the Longhorn. So this young heifer walking to me right now, we're going to make her your reserve champion. I think she's just got the capacity to handle it today. I like the way she carries her basically on the backside from her mid ribs all the way back down to her tail head to the back. That's where she pulls it out for me today. Thank you guys, and give you guys a round of applause, the exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge. Your reserve grand champion today comes out of your junior class. It'll be entry number 592, Electra's Honey, exhibited by Lonesome Pines Ranch, owned by John R. and Christy Randolph. And again, your grand champion, non-haltered female today, goes to entry number 605, High Five Southern Belle, owned by Cody Heimelreich, exhibited by Cody Heimelreich. Now we're going to move into our older female classes. This will be the non-haltered mature female show. We'll begin it with class 16 once they clear out the younger females. When we go to class 16, the mature females, these will be females born in the years 2010 and 2011. Class 16 will have 2 entries.
We have 2 entries in this class 16. We got a cow that's sitting over here to the left. It's got a baby calf on it, born in, let's see, March 13th, which would make that 2 weeks ago. So he's sitting out there with his mama. And we have a cow here that says bred 4 months, which is this cow that's running here, this dun and white one. One good thing about getting the cattle, and I like to do the open shows, is because I get to watch them move. And they move freely, not moving on a stick or a halter like we've done before, but it really shows me their structure and their function when they move, especially when she's doing her little trot gait right there, which a lot of cattle can't do because they're not structurally built to do a trot. You gonna come visit me? And if you look at this young lady who's just walked beside me, I start looking at her top line. You're going from her top shoulders back to where her tag is compared to the other cow. And you notice that the red and white cow on the left, she starts to give it in a little bit and sway right there like where a saddle would be if you put a saddle on her. You see that little sway back, especially when she starts to move and function and stretch out, she drops a little bit in that structure. We also look at the red and white one compared to the dun and white one. The dun and white one's got, in my opinion, a little bit more femininity, more smoothness, more good correctness coming into the muscle structure and the tissue structure as it comes into that neck, going to the shoulder, and carrying the capacity all the way back into the ribs. So we're going to do the 606, the dun and white one. They're rolling on the ground, showing the show today. We're going to put her in first in this class, and we'll do the red and white, which is the 607 with the calf. We'll put her in second place.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 16 mature females. In first place, entry number 606, T.H. Miss Chavero, exhibited by Top of the Hill Ranch, owned by Dennis and Judy Urbanke. In second place, entry number 607, CR Totem's Plum Gorgeous, exhibited by Danny and Mary Lou Russell, owned by Cactus Rose Longhorns. There are no entries in Class 17, so we will move on to Class 18 mature females. These are females born in the year 2007. There will be 2 entries in Class 18.
When you stick down to the criteria I'm staying with is you get even look at the males look like females all the way through, and we want to have that refineness and that smoothness as we look all the way down through the animal from the neck to the ears, all the way from the ears and the jaw all the way back to the shoulders, and keep that all the way back down to the tail head and carry it through. There's a kind of in my opinion, a wide range of difference in the body capacity, mass and the femininity qualities, I guess I should say, that would make it better in these two here. One's got some tremendous laid out, really twisty horns, which if you just shock and yaw, she'll get your attention real quick. But we start looking at her and breaking her down as a breeding stock value that we look at compared to the red cow over to the left that's got the start getting pulling some pieces out and places out and looking. So this red cow over here to my left that's got the calf, she's going to be your first class winner in this class. She just exudes that femininity quality. It's a little nice and smooth as it comes out as she looks at you. Nice tail set. That's the old Texas twist going out there. And you look at the neck and the shoulders, and it just smooths all the way back down to her hips and her pins, and carrying it right down to all that breeding capacity on the back side of the cow, which makes us ranchers. The other cow that's over here to my right, which is you guys will be your right, look at her. She's massive set of long out twisty horns. Man, she's got them stretched way out there. Look at that head. And look at that horn set. Really pretty. We get back behind that jawline. We get a little short neck. We still look at the thickness and the fullness of the body. She's just not as refined and smooth, a little coarser than the other cow behind me. And you carry down the tail head and the backside and the breeding capacity on the backside. What we know is that's going to have to be to produce on there for her. It's just not as favorable as the red cow in there. She just, I'd like to call maybe a little bit bulkier. Is that what we look at? Not as feminine. So that's how we place them. We'll put this big old horn cow 609 second and this red cow to my left right here is first place.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 18 females: in first place, entry number 608, Dio Kansas Cocoa, exhibited by Lonesome Pines Ranch, owned by John R. and Christy Randolph. In second place, entry number 609, JBM Becca II, exhibited by Bubba Boyer, owned by John Marshall. That'll bring us now to our Class 19 females. These are females born prior to the year 2007. There will be 2 entries in this class. If you're following along in the program book, entry number 612 is a scratch. Entry 612 is a scratch.
And if you watch these guys over to your right work these cattle, you'll know real quick that they're really crazy longhorns. They just are a bunch of babies. That's about what they are. And a lot of times it makes it more difficult to work them when they're hands, because I've got them myself, because they're just not too afraid of anything. So to give these guys a little chance to work them, and we'll get on with the show. We've got two May of '06 model cows out here, and both have got calves. They're doing a good job of doing their mama thing. We've got two out here that got pretty good different representation of some structure. And as a breeder and a raiser of Longhorn cattle, I've got some cows that have gone up to be 25 years of age, still trying to have calves. And what happens is they kind of break down, and also milking capabilities. They just start losing a milk fat issue, but they'll still breed and have a calf. So we have to watch it as a breeder. What do we do with those old ladies? Because they deserve to walk the ground as long as we can keep them, and we got a pasture for them. And we also have to look at the structure and respect that structure on these cows, because I do have some that are 10 and 12 and that are 13, that if structure-wise on the backside from basically the mid back section back into the hip area starts, cow walking in front does, that starts losing their ability and age-wise to keep carrying and walk on the ground. And I have to look and kind of understand that structure as I'm judging today. So now we get to the femininity. They both are really nice feminine cows. The one across from us got some really nice headset. That's that older type of stock headset we're looking for. Very, very favorable. I like her color pattern, that little flea-bitten lease as we goes through there, the little roan pattern in there. She's walking really nice. We look at this 6'10" cow and the max, the capacity, the strength of her low back as she walks, and she's just walking like she's walking on glass today. She's real nice and smooth. You watch her bellow there. She's tight. She handles herself. She's got a really nice, good flank going down to her udder. So we're going to put this 6'10" cow up in your first slot today, and then we'll follow her back up here with this 6'11" cow. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 19 females. In first place, entry number 610, T.H. Chardonnay, exhibited by Top of the Hill Ranch owned by Dennis and Judy Urbanke. In second place, entry number 611, SH Dona Sparkle, 45 over 6, exhibited by 2 Bar 2 Ranch, owned by Pat and Stan Ivacek. That will now bring us to our Class 20 Grand Champion Non-haltered Mature Female.
The guys brought out the class winners in this class 16 and class 18 and class 19. These animals are born in 4'11" to 5'6". Go out there and pick out your grand champion mature female. We're looking at this done in white with the 606. Nice feminine qualities about her. Done in white almost looks like she came out of that cow right in front, which she may, because I don't know the breeding on these animals, so that's not what I'm privy to. Nice femininity as she walks and stalks. Look at the cow right behind her. She's older. She's got more dominance in her structure and in her bone structure. She's coming out. She's carrying herself really well. She's got a lot of girth to her, a lot of thickness to her. Then we bring up this red cow walking in from the left, and look at her smoothness and her capacity and her twist of horn and her solid red color. So we're going to walk through her one more time. We'll pick you out a senior grand champion. As we're standing today, we're going to give this 6'10" cow, this old cow that's in here. She's just got the full balance that I'm looking for today all the way through, from her muzzle all the way back to her rear end and bringing it down to the ground. So she's going to be your grand champion mature female, this 6'10" with this dun calf.
Thank you, Judge. Your grand champion non-haltered mature female today goes to number 610 TA, exhibited by Top of the Hill Ranch, owned by Dennis and Judy Urbanki. We'll now bring in the 611 cow.
We're going to give this big old red cow over here, we're going to give her the reserve grand champion. She just pulls it out. If you look at the body all the way through, they're pretty compatible with her and the done one's walking off to the right. And I get right down to it. It says, you know, that horn just pulls it out for me today with her, and it just puts her over the top and put her in the reserve grand champion. So she's going to be your reserve grand champion. That red cow over there against the far wall. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Your reserve grand champion non-haltered mature female today goes to entry number 608, D.O. Kansas Cocoa, exhibited by Lonesome Pines Ranch, owned by John R. and Christy Randolph. And again, your grand champion non-haltered mature female today goes to entry number 610, T.H. Chardonnay, exhibited by Top of the Hill Ranch, owned by Dennis and Judy Urbanki. That concludes the female portion of the non-haltered show. We're going to move into the steer portion, and we'll start our 2015 non-haltered trophy steer show here at Rodeo Austin. We'll start out with our Class 1 steers once they've cleared the arena with the females. Those Class 1 steers will be junior steers born in the years 2012 and 2013. There will be 3 entries in Class 1.
As they get ready in the back, I'll try to give you a little heads up on what we're doing. We just went ahead with some older Longhorn females, and notice they came in here and they're called free range cattle. They come in without a halter, so we want to go back to the old style and try to do a little judging as they would be walking out in the grass pasture, as the old cowboys and ranchers do nowadays, to check them out and kind of do some criteria and figure out which one will be the best out of a stock to take home. Now, when we get to the steer market, these steers that are coming out, when they get older, when they get up into their 15s and 10s and 15s and 17s and 20s, some of these capacity, which is the bigness, like an old Schwarzenegger, will be walking out here in the later time. And you have to kind of respect and understand that it takes a total love and commitment to raise these animals this big, because one big steer that weighs 2,000 pounds eats enough for 4 other cows. And he has the volume capacity to drink for 2. which is from 45 gallons to maybe 80 gallons of water a day per head. And the volume of feed that he has to eat is up to 4 grown cattle, as you see out here today. So whenever you're looking at 10 steers, you're looking at either 10 steers or 40-headed mama producing mama cows. And one thing about a steer, he ain't having any babies. And he's not going to produce you any babies. All they are going to either be hung on the wall, hung on the floor, or have yard art, which is out in your front pasture that people will stop and take pictures of and talk and brag about. So when they get these pins clit out, you'll start seeing the differences in their growth pattern as they come out. Some of these guys will come out here in their first classes, and if they haven't been put in a little feed, they're going to be pretty squirrely and wormy, look like old Urkel does with a little horn. They'll be all thin and raily, and then you'll start seeing each class that comes in, you'll have different color pattern, different horn textures and different horn growth patterns on them. You'll start seeing some teenagers that come up and have some long legs and not much body. So you can kind of represent looking at your kid or a grandkid that growing up till they become kids to teenagers into young adults, and then we get to be some mature young old men that come out here at this capacity. So here we go. Sit back and enjoy, and we'll pick out some cattle for you.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. We're going to begin this trophy steer show with our young ones. Class 1, junior steers. These are steers born in the years 2012 and 2013. There are 3 entries in Class 1.
Doesn't remind you a bunch of teenagers so far, huh? First one out of the bat. Now, when you judge these animals, again, we just talked a while ago, or I did, about changing up from the females, from the breeding stock, from the bulls to the females. These guys here who will never, ever have any offspring and who will never be capable of carrying any offspring. So the criteria the judging will look at is basically threefold to put on top category of the list, which are going to be number 1, horn. Number 2 will be color. And number 3 will be conformation. Conformation is a structure ability. We want these animals, since they're going to be living a long time and costing us lots of money and effort and love, we want them to have the conformation capacity to be also balanced. We want them to be balanced up in their front shoulders and their heavy, heavy horn carrying capacity, all the way down to their waist and their rump. Because in time, if these animals don't have that balance, when they get to be 10, 12, 17 years old, they've got a heck of a lot of weight on the top shoulders and their head. And then we put their head down to eat or try to forage or try to drink. If they don't have enough balance and structure in the back side from their waist back into their hips, they will teeter-totter like a bulldog. They will actually get up on their front legs, and then they lose the capacity to travel and carry. So then they won't eat. And I've had a couple of those in my herd that I've had to deal with and take care of because I kept them because I liked their horn and didn't look at their structure. So it's a thing that you learn. So as we look through here, and they move around today and for you, big old boy that's got the big low rattle horns here in the back, the 615. He's got massive color. He's got massive horn on him, and his structure just outcompetes the other two up in front. We call that a brindling, or maybe even some of a little waterfall, a little rain paint on him. Looks like somebody put a bunch of spots and kind of sprinkled him with a bunch of water. I'm looking at him right now, and in the colors, you're looking at 1, 2, 3. I count four different colors in him, and that's really, really good for marketability. That's rare that you can find that much color in a steer. We had to have a bull calf at my house, and it's got 7 different color patterns are in him. So enough about me, but that's what I do. The 615. We're going to follow him up with this 614, standing right here, right. His balance and his capability of looking, he's really well balanced up in his head, going into his neck and his shoulders. His structure really carries him out better than the steer over here, the 613. Capacity-wise, and he's got a really nice, good roan pattern color to him. I like the way he moves and carries himself. And then we'll follow up with this last steer over here. You look at him, how he stands off to the side. Massive amount of lateral horn on him. Good, wonderful, good bases. Love his head. Love how that's all connected. And then he gives it up right there at his waist, looking down where his navel would be. You watch that backside, and I have to just wonder about that and have to know from the histories of what I have done with my steers. Just watch that capacity, make sure that he's got enough strength and weight on that backside, so later on in life he can live it to be 17, 18, 20. I'll rate him today, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Judge. The results of your Class 1 steers. In first place, entry number 615, LSC Jim Jam, exhibited by Taylor Morgan, owned by Cody Heimelreich. In second place, entry number 614, Chinchi, exhibited by Teresa Castillo, owned by El Castillo Ranch. In third place, entry number 613, BZR Chico, exhibited by Box Z Longhorns, owned by Stephen Scott Zunker. We'll now move into our Class 2 junior steers. These are steers born in the year 2010 and 2011. This is a single entry class.
This is when a judge feels like he's really smart because he knows he's got it right when he walks in the pen. So we got one entry in this class, and so it makes it easy only, but you start looking at the other 3 steers that are in here, then you look at this, we've got a red, white paint. You look at the functioning contour of the horns, and that's one thing about Longhorn breed is that we've got the upper and out, we've got the lateral, we've got the big and swoop, and so he's got a nice set of extending horns out on that area with some black nice tips on them. Confirmation, we'll have to see how he matches up with some more competition today when he comes back in on his confirmation. But 616, you'll win your class.
Thank you, Judge. Your results in Class 2, first place goes to entry number 616, SS Caliga, exhibited by Alex Rivera, owned by Alexandria Rivera. That'll now move us to our junior champion non-haltered trophy steer drive. We'll bring in the winner of Class 1 and Class 2 to compete for our junior champion.
both of these steers that are out here right now in this junior champion steer class we're looking at is conformation-wise on both of them. They're just pretty evenly balanced in my book. There's a little age difference in them, but that I can't either give or take on one side. We start looking at the structure of them themselves, of their bone structure, and how they place and walk on the ground. They're pretty equal on both sides. You look at capacity of the steer walking by me with his shoulders and his feet, and balance in the back compared to the other steer. So we mocked up. Now we're going to look at the doggone color, all these doggone two steers, and their horn. So as we look through here, we look at the more favorable. So we have to kind of think in mind, and as you go to judge class and talk about the other judges, you know, you look at these animals, which one looks at you can probably take more pictures of. And it's just a flavor pattern. Also, as a breeder, I know which one takes a heck of a lot better chance. What's your option to get percentages to get one that's an orange or white paint, or a solid white one, or a solid red one that's got 4 or 5 or 6, 7 colors in it. So as they walk in here today, we're going to give this big old boy to my left, the big old swooping horns with all the color in him. He's nice and called fancy and flashy. We're going to pick him right here, your junior champion steer, and we'll see where we're at with bringing the next 614. We'll see how he matches up. We're about the 614, and he's a little younger steer. He gives it up in a little bit of capacity in his body mass. Structure-wise, gives it up, in my opinion, a little bit also back in the back, half of his body back into his flank and into his rump. Horn, he gives it up a little bit too in that. So we're going to slide this big old red and white one right here, 616. He'll be your reserve champion in this class.
Thank you, Judge. Your reserve junior champion non-haltered trophy steer goes to entry number 616, SS Kalija, exhibited by Alex Rivera, owned by Alexandria Rivera. And your junior champion non-haltered trophy steer today goes to entry number 16, LSC Jim Jam, exhibited by Taylor Morgan, owned by Cody Heimelreich. We'll go into our senior steer show today. There are no entries in Class 5. Class 6 will be senior steers born prior to the year 2006, and that will be a single entry class. If you're following along in the program book, entry number 618 is a scratch. 618 is a scratch.
So this single walking in is going to be senior champion steer. Only entry coming to be single champion. Senior champion. Senior. Okay, then we bring him to these back. Now, as this big boy comes in here, you'll notice the volume and mass on him. How much bigger? He's as big as that doggone horse. Look at the width of those horns. So whenever we trailer these animals, and you notice that the cows that came in prior, when I have my 24-foot goose, I can put 10 to maybe 12 cows in there pretty comfortably and haul them around. But whenever I bring this big steer, it's 3 in one trailer. Maybe I can squeeze 4 if they're nice. So you're looking at the capacity difference of hauling. So when these guys bring these steers, they're knowing they got to make a decision to feed 1 and haul 1, or I can feed 4 cows and bring 4 cows in the same area in a trailer. So right now we got 1 class entry here. He's born 5/17 of 05. He's a big boy. Look at, he's got a really nice balanced structure on him. His neck, from his head and his ears laying back to his shoulders, is really nice, and I like the length of that. I like the top of his brisket. It's really not too heavy. We get a nice balance of it. Basically, we call like a whole 3/3 to a 2/3 back where his number is tacked on his waist, and it's a good balance. So whenever he eats and forges when he gets on down the road, you don't have to worry about that little teeter-totter unbalancing he's got. And I'll get him to turn and look at you. His feet in front are nice and well trimmed. He's really got 4x4 box on the ground when he walks. He covers really well. You notice that he's got a nice firm gut when he walks. So enough talk about him. Let's bring in some more competition with him and see where he places. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause for bringing this one big boy so we can see him today.
Your winner of Class 6 Senior Steers was entry number 617, El Matador 15, exhibited by El Castillo Ranch, owned by Teresa R. Castillo. Since there were no other entries in the senior division, entry number 617 is your champion non-haltered trophy steer, and that is entry 617, El Matador 15, exhibited by El Castillo Ranch, owned by Teresa R. Castillo. We now move into our grand champion non-haltered trophy steer drive.
Got his own flock on.
If I read my card right, there's 7 years difference between this paint over here to my left and this big boy over to my right. I have to go by uniqueness. I really do today, and a little bit better confirmation. I just think that this young steer, this 615 steer right here by me, I just think he's just rock solid on what I'm looking at. Just a heck of a lot of color going all the way through him. I like the way his horns are laying out, and they're going to get after it and grow. I can't take anything away from this big old boy over here, this 617 steer. I'm not going to. I'm not going to cut him down. He's walking where he is. He's a proud man. stand today, I'm going to give this youngster right here, I'm going to pull him up and give him the Grand Champion steer. I just think he's really promoting what we're looking at today. Thank you. You come sit up to me, thank you. You're welcome. Now that's being appreciative, isn't it? Huh? Okay, this big boy, we're going to give him reserve champion. He's just going to hold his own. He deserves it. He's walking it. They brought him. Let's give these guys a round of applause. It's been my pleasure to come and learn today. I learn a couple of things here every time I come in, and it's my pleasure. And I hope you guys learned some stuff here to do. I hope you guys learned some stuff here today. And I hope you have a great time the rest of the evening at Rodeo Austin. I want to thank Rodeo Austin. I want to thank the announcers. I want to thank the guys at the back and all the participants. Let's give them a round of applause and have a good day.
Thank you, Judge. Your 2015 Reserve Grand Champion Non-haltered Trophy Steer at Rodeo Austin goes to entry number 617, El Matador, exhibited by El Castillo Ranch, owned by Teresa and Rod Castillo. Your 2015 Rodeo Austin Grand Champion Non-haltered Trophy Steer goes to entry number 615, LSC Jim Jam, exhibited by Taylor Morgan, owned by Cody Heimelreich. Thank you again to our judge, Dr. Scott Kimball from Karn City, Texas, for judging our open and non-haltered shows today. Thank you to our ring stewards, all the back crew. Thank you to all the participants and exhibitors for coming to Rodeo Austin this year. We also want to thank Austin Foam Plastics. Catch the live action on the big screen as presented by Austin Foam Plastics. Also, Holt Cat, your trusted source of legendary Caterpillar construction equipment, is Holt Cat. They sell, they rent, they support the machines at 30 locations across Texas. Again, thank you to Holt Cat and to Austin Foam Plastics. We additionally want to thank our buckle sponsors, 3M Electric, for being a buckle sponsor this year at the Longhorn Show. Also, Lonesome Pines Ranch, John and Christy Randolph, Krista Cattle Company, Lewis and Jason Krista, Impact Fire Services of Austin, Texas, Cactus Rose Longhorns, Danny and Mary Lou Russell, Triple R Ranch, Robert and Kim Ritchie, 2 Ranch, Stan and Pat Ivacek, Callahan's General Store of Austin, Texas, Rancho de Niños, Jeremy, Tina, Christopher, and Patrick Johnson, Blue Ridge Ranch, Mr. John Marshall. Thank you to our buckle sponsors.